Do you know BTS? K-pop. Do you know 기생충? K-movie. Do you know K-drama? K-food. K-law. Do you know K-law? The Ministry of Government Legislation provides English translation of the General Act on Public Administration. The Ministry of Government Legislation announced that English translation of the General Act on Public Administration would be available at the website of the Korean Law Information Center. In order to publicize the General Act on Public Administration to domestic and foreign administrative law circles and foreign legislative organizations, our ministry provides the English translated version of the General Act on Public Administration that is our significant accomplishment in the field of legislation. The General Act on Public Administration will be translated into various languages such as Chinese and Japanese, and the translated versions will be provided at the website of the Korean Law Information Center in sequence. We will make the translated versions into various languages available to anyone at the website. In addition, we will endeavor to facilitate an international discussion on the system of administrative laws and to contribute to improvement of legislative exchange and cooperation between countries by sharing the translated versions with domestic and foreign administrative law circles and foreign legislative organizations. The Ministry of Government Legislation leads the K-Law. K-Law with Ministry of Government Legislation.
우와, 맛있겠다.
우리 둘째 어린이집 입학 힘들겠어. 후순위 되게 생겼어.
첫째가 초등학교 입학해서?
답답하다니까?
나 어린이집 못 가? 나 어린이집 가고 싶은데 후순이라서 못 가?
답답하고 불편한 법령 정비. 영유아보육법 시행규칙 정비.
나 이제 어린이집 갈 수 있다.
법제처가 속 시원하게 법령을 정비합니다.
답답하고 불편하면
법령 정비.
법령 정비에 직접 참여하고 싶으면
국민참여 입법센터.
일주일 지났는데 환불받을 수 있는 법이 있나? 법이 있나?
생활 속 버퍼링은 국가법령정보센터.
알바도 유급 휴가를 받을 수 있는 법이 있나? 법이 있나?
생활 속 버퍼링은 국가법령정보센터.
우리 차도 캠핑카로 개조할 수 있는 법이 있나? 법이 있나?
생활 속 버퍼링은 국가법령정보센터.
환불받을 수 있대.
유급휴가 받을 수 있대.
승용차도 할 수 있구나.
법령을 빠르고 정확하게. 법은 로.go.kr
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished participants from home and abroad attending the 9th Asian Legislative Expert Symposium. I am Kim Kyung-mi. I will serve as your MC today. Thank you all the participants who took a valuable time out of your busy schedule joining us physically, and also those of you joining us virtually. Thank you once again. The Asian Legislative Expert Symposium, which was held for the 9th time since its inauguration in 2013, has been held under the slogan of Asia Shares Legislative Experience to promote legal exchanges with Asian countries and discuss various social and economic issues. It has been prepared as a forum for discussions. This year, under the theme of legislative administration of each Asian country and cooperation measures in each Asian countries and measures to exchange and cooperate. I'm sure that it will be very productive and valuable time. Following last year, to prevent the spread of COVID-19 this year, unfortunately, we weren't able to bring many attendees to the site, but we are broadcasting live in Korean and English through the YouTube channel of the Ministry of Legislation, so you'll be able to hear it. There are also special events for online participants. You can participate in the symposium also by the QR code guided through the YouTube screen, and there's also a symposium satisfaction survey. And those of you who are taking part in the survey, we will send a caffeine gift card to 20 people who participate. So please participate in the satisfaction survey. So, ladies and gentlemen, we'll officially begin the 9th Asian Legislative Expert Symposium. Many distinguished guests are joining us despite the COVID-19, and we'd like to take this time to introduce them briefly, one by one, to express our gratitude. First of all, Minister Lee Kang-seop of the Ministry of Government Legislation, President Kim Kyo-hong of Korea Legislation Research Institute, President Hong Jang-pyo of Korea Development Institute, Minister Lee Tan-long of the Ministry of Justice of Vietnam, and also Professor Ko Hak-soo of Seoul National University Law School. Please welcome them with a warm round of applause. Due to the limited time, please understand that we are not able to introduce all the VIPs. Thank you once again for joining us. Now, to officially kick off the symposium, we'd like to invite the Minister of Government Legislation. Please welcome Minister Lee Kang-seop with a warm round of applause. Once again, please welcome him with a warm round of applause.
Distinguished guests, I'd like to express my deepest gratitude to all of you for participating in the 9th Asian Legislative Expert Symposium. Now, I'd like to give opening remarks in Korean. Thank you for your understanding.
I'd like to extend my deepest appreciation to President Kim Kye-hong of the Korea Legislation Research Institute for your tireless support in making today's symposium possible, Minister Lee Tan-long, Justice of the Vietnam, and President Hong Jang-pyo, Korea Development Institute, for taking time to give congratulatory speech, Professor Ko Hak-soo of Seoul National University School of Law for giving meaningful keynote speech, and other speakers for your presentations and discussions to be given. In addition, I'd like to thank all the participants for your interest in this symposium, which is broadcasted live online. This symposium is being held for the 9th time, and due to the ongoing COVID-19, once again, we are hosting the meeting in contactless manner. It is regrettable that we cannot meet in person to prevent the spread of the COVID-19. However, greater number of people attended the 8th symposium last year that was held in a contact-free manner compared with the previous ones held in face-to-face mode. Even though we cannot meet in person due to the pandemic, the symposium is held virtually. which can serve as a venue to share information and opinions without the constraints of the space. The Ministry of Legislation will actively endeavor to continue legislative cooperation and exchange in various manners. The theme of this year's symposium is legislative administration of each Asian country and cooperation measures. The ALES has been held every year since 2013 to discuss legislative solution to various issues such as information and communication, urban development, transportation, safety management, administrative procedures, and prevention of infectious disease. Legislation is the process of making a bowl to hold national policies and of making funds around the society at large. Economic growth and social development of each country have been ensured based on the legislation that is an institutional framework. Therefore, legislative administrations of each country and measures for legislative cooperation and exchange will be discussed at today's symposium. Various Asian legislative experts, including Korea, will deliver presentations on the current status of each country's legislation and cooperation measures. There's a saying that goes, if you go together, you can go far. If Asian countries share information and opinions together, we can establish better laws and systems. I hope participants would acquire information on legislative administrations of each country and find a way forward for legislative development today. In addition, I expect that based on the result from this symposium, legislative cooperation would be further facilitated. I'd like to thank all the participants once again for your attendance despite busy schedule, and I wish you all and your countries a great success and progress. Thank you.
Yes, that was Minister Lee of the Ministry of Government Legislation. He has just given us his opening remarks. He has conveyed his appreciation, and he has said that he will continue to make efforts to ensure that they are in cooperation in the field of legislation. And now we're going to invite President Kim Ge-hong of the Korea Legislation Research Institute to give us his welcoming remarks. Please welcome President Kim Ge-hong. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Kim Ge-hong, the president of Korea Legislation Research Institute. I would like to thank President Hong Jang-pyo of KDI and His Excellency Minister Lut Thanh-long of Vietnam and Professor Ko Hak-soo of Seoul National University, who is going to be our keynote speaker. I would like to thank them in advance, and it is an honor for me to be able to give these words of welcome on behalf of our organization. And I would like to also thank Minister Lee Kang-seo for giving me this opportunity. And the Ministry of Government Legislation has been holding the Asian Legislative Expert Symposium from 2013, along with our institute, which is the Korea Legislation Research Institute. So we are celebrating the 9th year of the symposium. And today's symposium will be looking at the current status of the legislative cooperation. And from 2013, we have looked at various fields, including the Eurasian IT legislation, urban development, and the transportation systems of the various Asian countries, as well as the safety management and administrative procedures and smart cities. So we have grown into a symposium where we were able to discuss many different strategies in regards to legislation. And last year, we have discussed about ways that the Asian countries can cooperate in the post-COVID era, and also in the field of responding to the infectious disease. And it was an opportunity for us to realize how important cooperation is among the Asian countries to overcome the crisis. Now we have to do more than just coming the crisis. We have to pursue a common prosperity and stability through a cooperation among Asian countries. And in order to do that, we should be able able to build a legal and a system as well as institutions that are both feasible as well as effective, that are in line with the conditions that these Asian countries are. And that is the only way that the countries in Asia will be able to have a growth. And to do that, of course, we need to share our achievements and our experiences. And to our research institute since 2005 have established Asia Legislative Information Network in order to ensure information sharing and the legislative cooperation among the Asian countries. And there are about 34 members from 18 countries that are participating in the conferences and the researches that we have been holding at our research institute. And our institute has also established a K-Law Academy in 2020 so that we can provide online lectures as well as Korean law education materials to the experts as well legislators and students around the world. And our network, that is our institute network, has been used in different meetings being held by the Ministry of Government Legislation. And our institute has been able to get a lot of insights from the meetings that have been organized by the ministry. And so the ministry and the research institute have been working together very closely in order to lay the foundation for the legislative exchange and cooperation. And our two organizations have been complementary and have been helping each other to grow. And I believe that the Asian countries should, through cooperation and support, seek to achieve more growth and development. And the theme of today's symposium, which is the legislative administrative status and cooperation among the Asian countries, is quite meaningful because we'll be sharing the status about the legislative administration of the different countries in Asia, and we'll also be listening to the different cases of legislative administration. And we'll be hearing many excellent presentations from prominent experts. They'll be raising questions and issues, and we'll be seeking answers together. And we will, of course, have time for in-depth discussion. And I hope that you'll be able to share our experiences and wisdom, and so that we'll all be able to grow and better ourselves. Thank you. Thank you very much.
네, 김계홍 한국법제연구원장님의
Thank you once again, President Kim Ge-hong, who emphasized the importance of today's symposium. Many experts are joining us today to engage in discussions, and it has a great implication. Next, we'd like to invite President Hong Jang-pyo of Korea Development Institute to hear the congratulatory message. Please welcome him. I'm very pleased to meet you all, ladies and gentlemen. I am President Hong Jang-pyo of the Korea Development Institute, KDI. First of all, I'd like to congratulate once again the successful opening of the 9th Asian Legislative Expert Symposium. And I also would like to congratulate the Ministry of Government Legislation on holding the 9th Asian Legislative Expert Symposium, and Minister Lee Kang-seop of the government and Kim Ge-hong of the Korea Legislation Research Institute for organizing this meaningful symposium. Also welcome all the guests joining at the event site and through the video presentation. It is regrettable that we cannot meet in person due to the COVID-19 pandemic. However, it is pleased that the symposium makes it possible to continue cooperation and exchange among Asian countries. What I heard is that since 2013, ALES has been held every year to serve as a venue for Asian legislative experts to share experience and opinions on laws and systems together. The theme of today's symposium is legislative administration of each Asian country and cooperation measures. I hope various legislative experiences of Asian countries would be shared and participants would find opportunities for further cooperation in the future at the symposium. As you're well aware of, now the global economy is facing rapid changes due to the pandemic, and Korea is not free from it. Against this backdrop, KDI is striving to present the direction for the development of global and Korea's economy through an in-depth study and insightful analysis. KDI, as a leading economic and social think tank of Korea, is endeavoring to identify national policy agenda and provide policy alternatives by carrying out policy researches in various fields such as economy, society, and welfare. KDI has also played a vital role in the knowledge sharing program called KSP that has been run by the Korean government since 2004. KDI is sharing Korea's experience of economic and also our experiences with countries around the world, and we have established cooperation network with the various countries in implementing the cooperation project with international organizations including World Bank and ADB. Systematic modification of laws and systems that are the foundation for governing a state has significantly contributed to Korea's economic development. When Asian economy develops, when legal systems once again become sound foundation, then we can achieve greater growth. In light of that, the legislative cooperation should be the foundation. The symposium held today should be a great opportunity where we can exchange the best practices in the field of legislations and find new development alternatives, and then we can come up with the practical alternative of policy issues concerning legislation. I believe that systematic establishment of laws and system could lead to the promotion of international exchange of citizens and Korean companies' overseas expansion. I hope Korea and other Asian countries share their best practices in the field of legislation and find new development alternatives at today's symposium. And I hope for active discussions on measures for legislative cooperation exchange today. Once again, I hope that today's symposium can be the forum. I'd like to congratulate once again the 9th ALES and thank you all attending this symposium in person and virtually. I wish you all health and prosperity. Thank you.
Yes, that was President Hong Jang-pyo of KDI giving us his congratulatory remarks. He congratulated the opening of the symposium. He also mentioned the theme of today's symposium. And as he said that this is going to be an opportunity for us to share different legislative experiences as well as find ways to further develop legislation. And now we're going to invite His Excellency Minister Le Thang Long of Justice Vietnam of
His Excellency Lee Kang-seop, Minister of Government Legislation of the Republic of Korea, His Excellency Kye-hong Kim, President of the Korea Legislative Research Institute, ladies and gentlemen. Today it is my great honor to attend and deliver my speech at the 9th Asian Legislative Experts Symposium, which is co-organized by the Korean Ministry of Government Legislation and the Korea Legislative Research Institute. On this occasion, on behalf of the Ministry of Justice of Vietnam, I'd like to extend my respectful greetings and best wishes to His Excellency Lee Kang-seop, Minister of Government Legislation of the Republic of Korea, His Excellency Kye-hong Kim, President of Korea Legislative Research Institute, and all distinguished guests. I'm very pleased to see that after a decade of development, ALICE, which was formerly known as Asian Forum of Legislative Information Affairs, AFOLIA, has become a prestigious annual legal forum, bringing together a large number of experts, lawmakers, and officials working in government agencies of many Asian countries. This is such an informative forum for Asian countries to share experiences, discuss, exchange policy and legal solutions to address challenges in the process of socio-economic development in each of our countries in particular, and Asia in general, heading towards the common prosperity of all countries in the region. Ladies and gentlemen, I highly appreciate the theme of the 9th ALICE Conference on Legal Management in Asian Countries and Modes of Cooperation. I believe that the knowledge and experiences shared and exchanged at this conference will be a very useful reference source not only for Vietnam, but also for many Asian countries. At the same time, I hope that this conference will open up a channel for cooperation between countries in the field of legislative management and lawmaking in the coming years, contributing to the development of a stable, rules-based, and flexible legislative process to deal with unexpected situations that emerge in practice, especially in the context of required responsiveness and effective control of the COVID-19 pandemic. For Vietnam, improvement of the legal system to meet the country's sustainable development has always been one of the top priorities with the motto, investment in developing and improving the institutions is investment in development. After 35 years of renovation, the work of developing and improving Vietnam's institutions has achieved many remarkable results, such as promulgated 2013 constitution with many new contents, promptly amended, supplemented, or promulgated important laws and its guiding legal documents. Up to now, it can be affirmed that Vietnam's legal system is fundamentally comprehensive, synchronous, and unified, creating a legal corridor for socio-economic development, maintaining political stability, ensuring national defense and security, promoting international integration, and plays an important role in the development of socialist rule of law state of Vietnam, of the people, by the people, and for the people. The management of the development of legal document plays a significant role in such achievement. Right from the early stage of the innovation process, Vietnam has always focused on this work through the promulgation and effective implementation of the 1996 law on the promulgation of legal normative documents, amended and supplemented in 2002, 2008, 2015, and most recently 2020. The promulgation of these laws on promulgation of legal normative documents has raised awareness on the position and the role of law and legislative work, thereby enhance the quality of legal normative documents. During the first discussion session of this conference, the Ministry of Justice of Vietnam has appointed Mr. Nguyen Hong Thuyen, Director General of the Department of General Affairs on Legislative Development, to present about Vietnam experiences sharing of management of legislative development, in which he will share more specific and detailed information on mechanism to ensure effective management of law making in Vietnam. Ladies and gentlemen, Vietnam highly appreciates the initiative and efforts of Korean Ministry of Government Legislation and Korea Legislative Research Institute in organizing this important annual event. We look forward to and will continue to actively cooperate with Korea and other countries in the Asian region in the process of legal reform together towards the goal of building an increasingly prosperous and developed Asia. I'd like to express my sincere thanks to His Excellency Lee Gang-seop, Minister of Government Legislation of the Republic of Korea, for your kind invitation for me to speak at today's conference. I wish the conference great success and once again wish all delegates good health, happiness, and success. Thank you.
Thank you once again very much. That was a congratulatory speech by the Minister Lee Tang-long of the Justice of Vietnam. He was delivering the gratitude. And once again, we are going to invite Director General Ng Uyeng Tueng to hear the presentation, so please stay with us. So, before we officially begin the session of the symposium, we are going to invite Professor Ko Hak-soo of Seoul National University to hear the keynote speech. The title of the presentation is Law and Policy on Data Privacy and AI Development in Korea and Throughout Asia. So please welcome Professor Ko Hak-soo with a warm round of applause.
굉장히 귀한 자리에
Thank you very much for inviting me at the symposium. So I have prepared my presentation actually in English, the slides. I thought that it was the right way to do so since this is an international symposium. Today's symposium will address the theme of legislative administrations of each Asian country and cooperation measures. Let me introduce myself. My main interest is AI, data privacy protection, and its relations with law and policy. I'd like to share with you changes that are taking place in Korea, what are the current trends, and also what kind of movements are actually taking place in various Asian countries and their implication to Korea as well. Regarding data and data privacy, already the Minister Lee and President Kim have talked about that, but in relations with the COVID-19, due to the quarantine and for the pandemic, vaccine, etc., data is critical. And free flow of the data between countries are critical. In light of that, once again, laws and regulations regarding data needs to be set out crystal clearly, and if it's necessary, there must be exchanges and cooperation between countries so that we can execute law in a right way. My presentation will be divided in three sectors. Briefly, I will talk about Korea's data privacy regimes and its evolution. Second, ethical issues on AI in Korea, the current discussions, and then we'll talk about the Asian perspective. Now, diving deeper into the first item, which is the Korea data privacy regime, it's been about 10 years ever since we have launched it. The data privacy regimes, few people might say that it's been only 10 years. That's too short period of time, but that once again imply that in such a short period of time, we consolidated and we solidify our foundation to implement data privacy regimes. And considering the paradigm shift that is taking place, once again, the most important thing happened in 2016. So right after the Data Privacy Act was legislated, we began to take actions to protect the personal or private data. And in the past 5 to 6 years, a lot of evolutions is taking place to strengthen the protections of the data privacy. And the laws and regulations have been revised. For example, the manipulations of the data, what's the best way to do that, and what about the public data, how we can allow the access to this public data. And you know that last year, the three data-related laws have been legislated, and there was also the concept of my data introduced. In 2016, de-identifying data and making available happened. And if you look at the de-identifying data, you can see the data flow. So this chart shows the guidelines for the identifications of the personal data. Here, the most important thing is the introductions of the K-anonymity. When I say K-anonymity, some of the people who never look at the statistic might feel unfamiliarity with this concept. The greatest contribution was made by this K-anonymity, which means that the concept was mentioned only among the experts, but now the boundary has been lowered and the statistic concept have been spread widely, so many people get access to this concept, applying this to their practical daily work. So I guess in that sense, this has the greatest significance. And based on the K-anonymity concept, once again, data integration was allowed. And in 2016, the guideline contains various concepts. Based on this guideline, a couple of public agencies have also began to work on how to process the personal information, identifiable information, as well as eliminations of the identifiable elements. Of course, the citizens' organizations, and some people might deem these as violations of law. So actually, there were cases of the litigation. And for a couple of years, these civil society NGOs filed a criminal complaint against certain public agencies and private companies for violations of the private privacy. And how should I say, as the controversy going on while the vertex of the complaints continues, I believe that what should be the issues for the government, I began to take note of that, especially from the context of the data. We began to take a closer look at this. So in that sense, this was a great opportunity as well. Based on that experience, once again, the Personal Information Protection Act, were under the microscopic view, try to gather the view whether we should amend it or not. In 2018, we officially began our journey of amending the Personal Information Protection Act. Globally, as you know, in Europe, since the May, they have started the GDPR, which, well, unless you take a closer look at it, even though you have not take a closer look at this GDPR, you know what this is about. It's personal information protection law. It's been mentioned numerous times. It has a huge influence to the overall privacy. And ever since in 2 years ago, this GDPR has taken effect. A lot of work was done. And in light of that, hackathon was also held. Usually when you hear the word hackathon, this is a sort of a competition held where the software or program developer gather together, they compete among themselves. But now in Korea, in 2018, hackathon was held so that the developers join together, and just like a town hall meeting for 1 night and 2 days, all the interested parties, they stood up all night discussing how to improve the personal information protection. Under the couple of themes, one of the area that they discussed deeply was about the personal information protections. The meeting was held twice. Through the hackathon on personal information protections, although it was a short document type, agreement was adopted. And ever since 2019, actually, this agreement provided the fundamentals so that the amendment of the privacy law actually happened. So this hackathon provided like a cornerstone of amending the privacy law. And for some time, all the way until 2020, there was a lot of discussions about the amendment of the privacy law. Only last year, South Korea legislature made amendment to major laws in the area of the data protections, among others, promote utilizations of the pseudonymized personal data. And with these amendments, pseudonymized or anonymity personal data can be processed without consent from data subjects for achieving purpose, and also the government agency was upgraded, and they now have the authority to even penalize any one who violates the privacy law. So when you talk about the concept of pseudonymized, the fundamental foundation is as also GDPR, but this is not exactly GDPR, but we use it for the purpose of preparing statistic, conducting scientific research, and also archiving and the public interest. And we designated specialized agencies which can collect all the data and gather the quantitative information. So there are 3 things that are permitted to use this personal data under the amended privacy law. So based on these 3 stages, we can use that, and also through the public agency, they were able to collect the data. So based on the amended privacy law, also, we have revised the credit law, private credit law as well. And in a couple of the specialized area, we have come up with a specialized act as well. For example, the healthcare data, definitely. Hospitals and clinics, and also there is the healthcare evaluations agency in Korea. They need to continuously protect the personal data, but also make available these healthcare data. So they are trying to come up with these schemes to utilize the pseudonymized and combined healthcare data. Now, in the financial sector as well, we don't have this under the Financial Act, but under the My Data scheme for the financial data, once again, we make it available to use the personal financial data. We have built the platform, so which data is available, which data can actually be protected. It took much longer than we expected, but as you know, the details are extremely important. So from the working level, we need to take a closer look at one by one. And this was a great experience for everyone. Now, let's touch upon the GDPR. The adequacy assessment was in progress, and European Commission launched the process toward the adoptions of the adequacy decisions for the Republic of Korea. And if you look at the current trends, they are reaching its final stage. So sooner or later, the Commission will complete this process, and Korea will be authorized as a country with the adequate privacy law. And adequate level of protection is the level or recognitions that the European countries will be given to Korea. Now let's go into the AI area. Sometime in 2018, a lot of discussions continue in the AI area, and OECD or EU, they started these discussions, and together with the researchers during the past few years, I have actually come up with a review process of the AI-related laws for about 3 years between 2019 to 2021. There are a lot of laws and guidelines regarding the ethics of the AI. And last year, it slowed down a little bit. It doesn't mean that the interest dwindled, but rather, until last year, we have come up with a big picture, providing a big skeleton of the law itself. And now is the time to come up with more detailed items. So we are going to the next stage. And when we talk about AI ethics, it contains numerous concepts from the society perspective. We need to think about it, and the AI ethics can provide an umbrella to the society. So like fairness or non-discrimination or transparency or explainability, and also the accountability or safety and security, all of these fall under the category of the core areas of the principles. And now from the Korean perspective, only this year there was a chatbot called Iruda. And we call this as a conversational AI. And South Korean AI chatbot pulled from the Facebook after the hate speech toward the minority.
Oh, you may have heard of this here in Korea. So people have conversations with the chatbots, but there are also discriminatory remarks against women for a different race, as well as sexually minor groups. So that became an issue. So there were controversies, and that is, of course, a social problem. However, at the same time, this was an opportunity for us to realize that talking in that sense could potentially cause problems. So this was an excellent learning opportunity for us to learn, what is not accepted and what is accepted. And as a part of that, Korea Communication Commission back in 2019 came up with AI ethics principles. And in December of last year, the Ministry of Science and ICT came up with its own set of AI ethics principles. It has 3 basic principles and 10 key requirements. And according to these principles, these are about 3 pages long. And these about implementation of these principles. I understand that the ministry is working on the actions to be implemented for the achievement of these principles. And different companies are also working on their own set of ethics principles. Here you're looking at Kakao, and for the first time among the Korean companies back in 2016, the company announced 7 different ethics-related principles that it would like to follow. And Naver earlier this year came up with the 5 different AI ethics. SK Telecom, Samsung, so these large companies here in Korea have announced their own set of AI ethics principles. And I understand that other large companies are also working to come up with their own set of principles. And a few months ago, the financial services here in Korea, that is government organization came up with their own set of guidelines on the use of AIs. And when talking about responsibility, well, this is not just a broad concept of responsibility. Its responsibility deals with very details in regards to internal control mechanisms within the organizations. And last year, I think it was at the end of last year, the Ministry of Land, Infrastructure and Transport also came up with its own ethics guideline. And the Korea Communications Commission in June of this year came up with basic principles on recommender services. And well, as was the case with Lil Ruda, that was an ethical issue, ethical controversies that were raised. But from the personal information, but there were decisions that have come down, from a personal information protection aspect. And so there is about 30-page long checklist that has been created to help data, that is, to be able to do self-assessment in terms of data ethics. Here I said certain for the Asian perspectives, the AI ethics or the data ethics. Well, these sort of discussions, well, it's the European nations that have been leading that discussion or dialogue. And in case of the U.S., it's such a large market. It has its own market and its own set of principles. And China, of course, has its own set of principles. Anyway, what role can Korea play? And among the OECD countries, there's a very, very active discussion about these issues, and Korea is, of course, actively participating in that discussion. So I wanted to know, what other Asian countries are doing, and I was just wondering, if it would be possible for us to come up with a collective voice among the Asian countries when it comes to AI ethics. And if you look at these different countries, well, in a broad sense, there's not many differences, but when it comes to narrower senses, there are differences among different countries. So we may need to work on harmonizing them. And this is a act that was introduced in EU in April of this year. This is about 80 pages long document, and as an act, this is quite long and complicated. And will Asian countries, including Korea, be able to accommodate this act? Well, that's something that we need to consider. And this is a slide that I've gotten from a speaker from another conference. Well, in case of Thailand, they came up with their own Data Protection Act last year, and this act is going to into effect next year. And it does have information that is quite understandable. And in Thailand, they have these national AI ethics guidelines that they came up with in 2019. And Thailand's national AI ethics guidelines was quite rational, something that people would be able to understand and accept. And this is a first page of a report produced by NGO in Sri Lanka. Well, I have not been able to collect these data in a systematic way when it comes to such data in Asia. But this report shows that there are efforts being made among the Asian countries to come up with AI-related ethics principles and guidelines. And this was an event that was held by a school in Hong Kong that were discussing issues related to AI ethics. And this was an event that was held with sponsorship from a German foundation. So it's the conferences are being organized and sponsored by private organizations. And I think what's discussed among these private organizations maybe need to be more systemized and may need to be done on a national level. With that, I would like to conclude my presentation. Thank you. Thank you very much, Professor. Thank you very much for that presentation. And that was Professor Ko Hak-soo of Seoul National University's Law School, and he gave us a wonderful and very informative keynote presentation. We are now at the end of the opening session of the 9th Asian Legislative Experts Symposium. Before we move on to the break time, we will take a commemorative pictures. I would like to ask our speakers, our VIPs to join us on stage so that we will be able to take a picture together. And I would also like to ask our speakers from abroad to stand by so that we can take a picture together. The distinguished guests here and are also speakers from abroad. Let's all try to get you into one picture frame. We are going to be sharing legislative administration and legislative information from different Asian countries. So this is going to be a wonderful symposium. Oh, so let's take a picture. So we will not be able to take off masks here, but you can all try to smile with your eyes. So with that, oh, should we take another picture? Yes, maybe. Yes, thank you. Thank you very much. So we will now move on to the first session. As soon as you are seated, we will begin with the first session. And the presentation stack are available from our official homepage. And the presentation materials are all included in that presentation stack. Now we will begin with the presentations. And in the first session, we're going to be looking at the present and future of legislative administration of Korea and other Asian countries. And we are going to be looking at Korea's legislative administration exemplary cases. We have Director Yoo Chul-ho of the Office of Administrative Legislation Innovation of the Ministry of Government Legislation, and he is going to talk to us about the General Act on Public Administration. Director Yoo, please.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Yoo Chul-ho. I'm the head of the Office for Administrative Legislation Innovation at the Ministry of Government Legislation to reform Korea's administrative legislation system to make it more people-centered. Government academia and legal circle carried out joint research and efforts resulting in the enactment of the General Act on the Public Administration, which passed National Assembly in February of this year, was promulgated in March 23. Today's presentation, I will walk you through the significance of the enactment of the General Act on Public Administration and the main contents of the Act. Enactment progress, the core contents, and also plans for the future. I'll touch upon the background of the General Act on Public Administration. Many of the laws that affect our lives the most are administrative laws. More than 90% of the national laws are administrative laws. The civil, criminal, and commercial sectors each have a single code of law, such as the Civil Act, Criminal Act, and the Commercial Act, whereas the administrative sector did not have this kind of general law. For this reason, similar regulations and policies are stipulated differently in each individual laws and regulation, and there are no set principles and standards when it comes to enforcing such law. In addition, it was difficult for the public to predict how the government would enforce these laws, hindering the credibility of the administration. It was also inefficient to revise various laws one by one in order to make regulatory reforms. Therefore, to identify the root causes of these issues fundamentally and resolve them, it was necessary to enact the General Act on the Public Administration. That is why we felt the need to do so. In February 2019, the President of the Republic of Korea also recognized these issues and expressed the need to reform the administrative legislation system. He emphasized that we should resolve inconveniences for the public by enacting a single general and principal law rather than amending individual laws for each case. To achieve this goal, we have pursued the enactment of the General Act on the Public Administration. Next, we'd like to give you the enactment process of the General Act on Public Administration. To prepare for the enactment of the General Act on Public Administration, an administrative legislative reform team was established in September 2019, and the Administrative Reform Advisory Committee was also established as a group of 50 experts from various fields, including academia, law, and research. The bill for the General Act on Public Administration was prepared through 40 rounds of discussions over the course of about 6 months. This was followed by preliminary notice of legislation in regional public hearings, and the bill was then updated, reflecting for various opinions collected. Finally, in July 2020, the bill was submitted to the National Assembly. From November last year to February of this year, the bill was reviewed twice by the Legislative and Judiciary Committee and approved during the plenary session of the National Assembly, and the bill was promulgated on March 23 of this year. After the enactment of the General Act on Public Administration, the enforcement decree of the General Act on Public Administration, which determines the matters mandated by the law, was also enacted at the end of September this year. I will now show you the core contents of the General Act on Public Administration. The General Act on the Public Administration is the most fundamental administrative law and lays out the framework for administrative legislation. The law is made up of 4 chapters with 40 articles containing the principle of administrative legislations and standards for substantive administrative matters, the general systems of administrative legislations, and matters concerning the rights of the people. First, it stipulates the legal principles of the administrative laws which had mainly been based on the theory and precedented until now. For example, the principle of protections of the trust has been established through the precedent and theories, but there is no explicit provisions in the statute. Therefore, the officials were reluctant to apply the principles in actual cases. To tackle these problems, several legal principles have been stipulated in the Act, including the principle of protections of the trust, the principle of equality, and the principle of proportionality to facilitate the active implementations of these principles. We will look at the substantive standards for administrative dispositions of the administrative agencies. This section contains the standards for the applications of laws that have been enacted or amended, new regulations for sanctions, standards of how to apply older laws, and authentications and revocations of dispositions, while setting standards for withdrawal of disposition. It also stipulates standards for exercising the discretions and sanctions. Third, the Act established a system that protects the rights and interests of the people. First, there is a system for limitation period for disposition. This system prevents an administrative authority from imposing sanctions for certain violations, such as revocations or suspensions of license after 5 years from the date when violations ceased to occur. It was designated to contribute to the prompt stability of legal relations and the protections of the public trust. In addition, there is a general rule that allows for objections of dispositions even there is no basis in the individual law. Also, if a disposition has become disputable under the certain circumstances, such as discovery of new facts and evidence, dispositions are eligible for re-examination. Fourth, the Act stipulates the systemizations of the general procedures of administrative legislation. The Act intends to create legislative systems for administrative legislation by setting standards, including systems of deemed authorizations or permission that states when primary license is obtained, it is considered that the relevant license and license stipulated in other laws have been also obtained, and standards for the penalties or charges and implementation charges for compelling compliance as a means of monetary sanctions. The Act also eliminates confusions when applying the law by clarifying the reports requiring acceptance as prescribed by the statute regulating go into effect. Next, let's go over the expected effects of enacting the General Act on Public Administration. First, I'm confident that by clearly presenting the principles and standards of administrative law enforcement, this will enhance the rule of law and contribute to the protections of people's rights. Second, I expect improved uniformity and consistency in law enforcement will help reduce confusion and in return improve the public trust in it. Third, I expect that simply by amending the General Act on Public Administration, we can achieve effective regulatory reforms, increasing the efficiency and effectiveness of the administrations and enabling public officials to approach administrative matters more proactively. Lastly, I will discuss our plans for after the enactment of the General Act on Public Administration. First, to enhance the unity and coherence of the national legal system, we plan to revise the individual laws and regulation relevant to key legal systems set forth in the General Act on Public Administration gradually over the next 3 to 5 years. Second, when academic discussions or new precedents occur, we plan to conduct further research and reviews of sanctions of the Act that need to be revised or issues that were not covered at the time of enactment. Third, to ensure that the new provisions are established and implemented in administrative fields, we will continue to provide training and education for public officials and plan to publish and distribute the General Act on Public Administration Review. This year, following the enactment of the General Act on Public Administration, the Ministry of Government Legislation will continue its effort to reform the legislation to realize a more people-centered administration legal system. Once again, we promise you that we will continuously work really hard to innovate our system. Thank you for your listening until the end. Thank you.
네, 대단.
Yes, thank you. Thank you very much. That was Mr. Yu Choro, the Director of Office for Administrative Legislation Innovation of the Ministry of Government Legislation. He has given us the background to the creation of General Act on Public Administration as well as its implementation plan. Now we're going to invite Director Ryu Jumo of the Legislative Information Division of the Ministry of Government Legislation to talk to us about the Legislative Information System. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Mr. Ryu. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Jun Mo Ryu, working as a Law Information Officer at the Ministry of Government Legislation. I'm going to talk to you about a Korean Law Information Service called ELIS. So I'm going to give you the overview of the Korean Law Information Service, and then I'm going to talk to you some introduction to the Korean Law Information Center, and then some implementation results and the overseas cases. And this is the overview of the Korean Law Information Service. In order to resolve inconveniences caused by law and the regulations, as well as respond quickly to changes in the living environment, and to guarantee the public's rights to know about the information by supporting each search are the goals of the implementation of this system. And we are also going to be utilizing AI beginning next year. We want to be able to build a fair and just rule of law society and ensure that the people's right to information is guaranteed. Well, we were providing information based on the precedent in the past, and now we are continuing to expand the scope of information that we provide. And the information was first provided based on the peace communication, but now we are able to provide this sort of information over the internet and other medium. Now I would like to talk to you about the Korea Law Information Center. And this center allows for integrated search service, law information link service, related information service, as well as mobile services. About the integrated search service, all law information in Korea can be searched and utilized in one place. That is this from this site. It supports searches by field and department, as well as supports searches with various keywords. And so a name or the title of the law or the act can be used to do the searching. And this next is law information link service, and this is to find or understand law easily. The system provides a quoted article described in the contents of the law, a link service to the history of articles and precedents. So on one page, you'll be able to see all these information. And the law, the details of the law, as well as the precedents, can be seen here from one page. And there's also a way to compare from the previous law details or the articles as well as the newly updated details of the law. And it also provides a three-tier comparison table. So it will enable users to be able to search and look at all the information, that is a three-tier information at one glance. And next is law-related information service, and this provides in a tree format a complete list of related laws, presidential ordinances, ministerial ordinances, administrative rules, local regulations, and precedents. And this is about the printing. So without doing additional in editing, you'll be able to do store the data in different formats, and also be able to print that data. And our administration also provides this service on mobile app devices. So on your smartphones, you'll be able to get the information such as the laws, local regulations, administrative rules, and precedents. So you will be able to get the same information as you would get from your desktops. So people will be able to check laws and regulations and so on, no matter where they are. And lastly, I'm going to talk about the implementation results in overseas support cases. Well, as we have current laws and the regulations that were enacted and revised since the establishment of the Korean government, and those laws and the regulations are built in a systematic way and are provided to people with easy access. And the law information system updates and shares law information since on the first day of the law being declared or publicized. And as you see, the daily user has been increasing dramatically. As of 2021, 684,000 people have used our centers and our service. So we will continue, of course, develop our system so that lay persons will be able to search information on laws. And we are preparing to introduce AI. And that project is going to begin next year and is expected to be completed by 2025. So with a search system, with AI support, people without much legal knowledge or information will be able to access legal information and make use of it. And about our overseas support cases, continuous exchange, cooperation, support with Myanmar, Indonesia, Mongolia, Uzbekistan, and other countries are taking place. And a lot of countries are actually benchmarking our center. And we have been providing, we have actually received a request for training and education from different countries in Asia. And from 2019, we have been working with Myanmar in building an information system. And with Indonesia, that we are also doing a project to build such a system as in the form of KOICA ODA. And from 2017, we have been working with Myanmar to build law information service website and the databases. And the database was actually built back in 2018 and has been in operation since then. And the Myanmar's system includes all the new as well as the old information, and the information is available in Myanmar language as well as in English. And we are going to be providing this sort of support to other countries as well. With this, I would like to end my presentation. Thank you very much.
네, 감사합니다. 유준모 담당관님께서
Thank you very much. You just heard the presentation by Director Yoo Jun-mo. So we covered the first theme, which was the present and future of legislative administration of Korea and other Asian countries. You heard about the current system. Now let's go to the second theme, which is the Asian countries' legislative administration and exemplary cases. Let's listen to the best practices presentation. We are inviting two presenters from abroad. So if you need a translation service, please wear the receiver and fix your channel to number 1, which is a Korean. Now let's invite the first presenter. First presenter is Head Karudu Ukart from the Bureau of Government and Internal Affairs, the Secretariat Cabinet of Indonesia. The title of the presentation you will hear is The Best Case.
Warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good afternoon. Annyeonghaseyo. My name is Kardiana Ukar. I am the Director of Cabinet Secretary of the Republic of Indonesia. I am honored to be here. I thank ALES and the Ministry of Government Legislation of the Republic of Korea for inviting me to this fruitful symposium. I have asked to talk about regulatory reform development in Indonesia, particularly about the agenda on establishing the unified legislation institution. So I will mainly talk about that, but I will also mention about the recent activity on legislative administration in Indonesia. My presentation will be divided into 4 parts. First, I will talk about the background, the legislative administration problem we identified. Second part, I will address actions already taken by the government to establish unified legislation institution. The third part, I will discuss our view on how should institution cover the duties, the responsibilities, the authorities of the institution and the design of the organization. And lastly, a little bit of conclusion. Okay, let's start with the first part, the background. What problems we are facing on legislative administration. As explained before by my colleague in 6th ALES Symposium, President Joko Widodo in several occasions has shown his concern about regulation development towards two, which is feel to become somewhat of burden for the government and people, to become more and more hindrance for ease of doing business and attracting investment. President Joko Widodo repeatedly gave strong statements such as reforming regulatory aspects and procedural should become priorities in Indonesia law reform agenda. Evaluate all regulations which are unsynchronized and leading to business constraint. The government has its homework in simplifying more than 42,000 regulations. Indonesia is a country based on rule of laws, not based on regulation. So, we are looking at 2 major problems regarding this. First, in terms of regulation itself, and second, the procedure, the process of making the regulation. In terms of regulation itself, some of the issues are hyper-regulation, overlapping, conflicting, and disharmony of regulation, multi-interpretation, ineffective and inefficient of the regulation, and many more issues. For the lawmaking process, the big problem we identified is what we call too many doors. Almost all government institution has its own authorities on producing regulation. It can be said that there is no government institution that has full authorities to become a manager or director on this lawmaking process. not even Ministry of Law and Human Rights. That leads to develop an ego sectoral from each government institution and make coordination quite challenging. It also makes a long, complex and expensive lawmaking process, lack of public participation and disintegrated database, and many more problems. So that is why it is necessary and urgent to reform our legislative administration. And one of the main agenda and quite ambitious plan is to establish the Unified Legislation Institution. We believe it will simplify the process, shorten the time of making regulation, lower the cost, and will produce effective and efficient regulation. And what have the government done so far? Well, the government has acknowledged the problem for some time and already taken measures in reforming regulation. Ministry of Law and Human Rights continuously improve, evaluate, and develop legal system. Coordinating Minister for Political, Legal, and Security has formed National Regulatory Reform Team as an initiative of regulatory reform. Many research, report paper, discussion, seminar, and symposium being done, yet still not produced the outcome that we are hoped for. Therefore, on the presidency candidate debate 2019, President Joko Widodo loudly and firmly said that he will establish unified legislation institution to resolve the problem in legislative administration. In second period of President Jokowi government, regulatory reform has clearer direction and focus. The government has made regulatory reform as one of the high priority agenda. The National Medium-Term Development Plan 2020 and 2024 is clearly stated that regulatory reform will be performed by establishing unified legislation institution. We have looked and studied practices in several countries that consider has a success story on its regulatory reform policy and implementation. For example, OIRA in USA, or BPR in Australia, CLB in Japan, MOLEG in Korea, and many other countries. Indonesia and Korea has a similar condition. Both countries have the same form of state, republic, with the president as the head of government, and many other common things. But more importantly, we think Korea has done a great job in reforming regulation, which is first initiated in the year 1997. Therefore, we have signed Memorandum of Understanding with Korean government regarding the improvement on legislative cooperation. In fact, we also already implemented Plan of Action of 2020 and 2021 terms. For that, we thank and give warm appreciation to MOLEG. In order to implement regulatory reform agenda that is already clearly stated in the National Medium-Term Development Plan 2020 and 2024, Indonesian government and parliament has passed law number 15 of 2019 to amend law number 12 of 2011 concerning lawmaking process. The main idea of the amendment is mentioning the new institution who is responsible on legislation as an alternative to the Ministry of Law and Human Rights. This is quite significant and important step towards forming unified legislation institution because it set up a strong ground or justification to establish the single center legislation body. So, when the time comes to establish that institution, it will be much more easier. Although the unified legislation institution is not yet formed, the regulatory reform in Indonesia is still running. The latest regulatory reform activity that made quite big publicity and attention is the pass of the law number 11 of 2020 regarding job creation. It is aimed to improving investment climate and streamlining business rules in Indonesia, so at the end it will create more job opportunities. This law is omnibus law. It amended around 80 laws through one single law. The job creation law focused on revoking and changing rules related to permit procedure, which are not harmonized and synchronized to one another, that burden business and investment. Despite a lot of debates, pros and cons, in terms of regulatory reform, omnibus law is one of the methods that can be used to speed up the lawmaking process to make it more simple and faster. This is one of the government efforts on regulatory reform. There is a big chance for another omnibus law will be created. The next questions are, what will be the role, the duties, the responsibilities of the unified legislation institution? As the legislation authorities' duties and function will be unified into a single institution, the duties and responsibility of this body will cover the whole aspect of legislation, such as planning, formulating, drafting, harmonizing, synchronizing, monitoring, evaluating, promoting, and interpreting legislation. This body will have full authorities on legislation process and policy. The head of the institution position is the same level of the minister in the cabinet, and he will be closely and directly report to the president. With a huge and strategic responsibilities, maybe it is unavoidable if the organization will be quite big, to make sure that all duties can be carried out and well executed. Although there is unified legislation institution, each government institution may still have their own unit, Bureau of Law, to handle internal institution rule and advocating problem that related to institution duties. To illustrate the design of the unified legislation body, we can look at Badan Riset dan Inovasi Nasional, BRIN, the National Research and Innovations Body. This institution was established by the Presidential Regulation number 78 of 2021. So this is a newborn government institution. BRIN is a unification of authorities, duties, function, and institution that related to government research and innovation that previously spread across many government institutions into one single body. BRIN has full authorities and cover all aspects of government research and innovation. This is how the unified legislation institution will be like. For the last part of my presentation, I will give a little bit conclusion. Indonesia is currently taking measures to improve its legislation to continue producing effective and efficient regulation. The regulatory reform in Indonesia through institution reform by unification of authorities and function into a single body is necessarily urgent. This body will be directly under and report to the President and has a full authorities on the whole aspect of legislation. Lastly, the agenda of establishing unified legislation institution is still on. The justification of forming such organization is already set up by the law number 15 of 2019. But since there is pandemic COVID-19, government has forced to change its focus and priorities and postpone the agenda temporarily. Okay, this is the end of my presentation. Thank you. Kamsahamnida. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Yes, that was Mr. Kardiana Ukar from Indonesia talking to us about the Indonesian case. He told us about the legislative system of Indonesia. We will now move on to Vietnam. Mr. Ung Quang Hong Tuan from the Vietnam's Ministry of Justice will be making the presentation. He will talk to us about the Vietnamese case. And if you need interpretation, please set your channel to 1.
The Ministry of Justice helps the government assume the prime responsibility for and coordinate with ministries, branches, local authorities, and relevant agencies and organizations in formulating and organizing the implementation of the strategy for building and completing Vietnam's legal system. Over the years, the Ministry of Justice has organized and evaluated the implementation of this strategy. On the basis of the summary results, the Ministry of Justice advised the government to issue a plan. To propose to ensure the effective implementation of the lawmaking work and complete the Vietnamese legal system. Currently, the Ministry of Justice continues to study to propose a strategy to build and complete the legal system of Vietnam by 2030 with a vision to 2045. The Law Ordinance Formulation Program, considered and approved by the National Assembly in accordance with the Law on Promulgation of Legal Documents, plays an important role in meeting the objective requirements of state management and protection, ensure that the formulation and promulgation of legal documents and ordinances cannot be arbitrary and improvised, but must be placed in a strategic overall vision with the common goals that are building a state of people by the people for the people, make the people reach the country strong, a just, democratic, and civilized society. In order to develop and organize the implementation of the annual law and ordinance-making program of the National Assembly, the Ministry of Justice conducts the following activities: making the government's proposal on the law-making program, annual ordinance to submit to the government, advising on solving problems related to policies, and regulatory scope of law ordinance formulation proposals when formulating law ordinance formulation programs. It is expected to assign the agency in charge of drafting and coordinating agency in drafting to submit to the Prime Minister for decision. Guide, monitor, inspect, and urge ministries and ministerial level agencies to propose laws, ordinances, and resolution of the National Assembly and Standing Committee of the National Assembly. Make a list of documents detailing laws and resolutions of the National Assembly, ordinances and resolutions of the National Assembly Standing Committee, orders and decisions of the President, and submit them to the Prime Minister for consideration and decision. Determined, notify the People's Council, People's Committees on of provinces and centrally run cities of the list of contents assigned to the localities for detailed regulations on legal documents of superior state agencies, guide, monitor, urge, examine, and synthesize reports to submit to the government and National Assembly. The Ministry of Justice has the function of lawmaking and unified management of lawmaking activities. To perform the above task, the Ministry of Justice has developed and promulgated many key codes and laws by the National Assembly, such as Civil Code, Penal Code, Law on Promulgation of Legal Documents, Law on Lawyers, etc., Law on Notary, Law on Judicial Assessment, Law on State Compensation, Law on Adoption. Besides, the Ministry of Justice was assigned by the Prime Minister to preside over drafting of documents detailing the code and law, and drafting many decrees of government. In addition, the Ministry of Justice has also issued many circulars on management areas under the function and tasks of the ministry. According to the provisions of the Law on Promulgation of Legal Documents, the Ministry of Justice as a gatekeeper agency helps the government in appraising the proposals for building legal documents, projects, and draft legal documents chaired by ministries and ministerial level agencies. Editor give opinions on the proposal to develop legal documents, projects, draft legal documents submitted by agencies outside the government. Over the past years, the appraisal and commenting on legal documents by the Ministry of Justice has achieved remarkable results, contributing to improving the quality of draft documents, ensuring the progress of approval and submission for signing and promulgation of documents. On average, the Ministry of Justice annually appraises about 30 proposals for developing legal documents, 20 projects of law and ordinances, over 150 decrees, and nearly 50 decisions of the Prime Minister. In addition, the Ministry of Justice also gives opinions on proposals for formulation of laws, ordinances, projects, draft laws, ordinances, and resolutions submitted by non-governmental agencies. The appraisal work of the Ministry of Justice has contributed to improving the quality of documents, helping competent agencies to issue documents when considering and improving projects and draft legal documents, ensuring constitutionality and legitimacy, the consistency of the legal document system, as well as the feasibility of the document after being promulgated. In order to build a system of legal documents with quality, feasibility, meeting the requirements of society, it is necessary to strengthen the state management of lawmaking. The goal of the management of lawmaking activities is to put life into law. That is, the law must be built on the basis of society's requirements and must be thoroughly researched, analyzed, and evaluated before the law when becoming a legal document. Bringing the law to life, that is, implementing policies and organizing effective law enforcement. A good legal document development process is a process that brings to society quality products that meet the requirements of society and the management requirements of the state. A state management of good lawmaking is an activity that defines the roles, responsibilities, and principles of coordination among actors involved in the process of formulating and promulgating legal documents from the central government to local. The purpose of the management of lawmaking activities is to build a unified, synchronous, feasible, accessible, easy to implement system of legal documents, ensuring constitutionality, legitimacy, and uniformity. The objective of management activities is to implement a number of basic solutions to improve the efficiency of lawmaking management and complete the legal system in a substantive manner, enhance the role and responsibility of the Ministry of Justice in lawmaking, strengthen the coordination mechanism among agencies, units, and organizations from central to local levels in lawmaking work, According to current regulations and functions and tasks of the Ministry of Justice, the Ministry of Justice is an agency of the government performing the function of state management of law formulation and implementation, examination of legal documents and dissemination of legal documents, legal education and transformation. In order to perform the function of managing lawmaking activities, the Ministry of Justice established 4 units to carry out the lawmaking work, including Department of General Legal Affairs, Department of Civil Law and Business, Department of Criminal and Administrative Law, Department of International Law. In particular, Department of General Affairs on Law Development is a unit under the Ministry of Justice. In performing the state management of lawmaking and legal work, according to regulations of law, propose major orientations in the improvement of the legal system and organization of law enforcement. In ministries and ministerial level agencies, there is a legal department that performs a number of activities related to the state management function of the construction and promulgation of legal documents according to sectors and fields, such as program development, planning and implementation, plan and urge the implementation of the program and plans, and organize the appraisal of circulars promulgated by ministers as a ministerial level agencies. At the local and provincial levels, the Department of Justice is a specialized agency of the People's Committee of the province to perform a number of activities related to the housing management function, country and lawmaking work, including the task of appraising legal documents at their own level. According to the current law, the state management agency is in charge of lawmaking has the following task. First, control the quality of documents by means of tools and permitted by law, such as checking, urging, and directing, provide for professional guidance, request handling of documents issued legally or handling documents issued illegally according to their competence. 2. Carry out necessary activities such as formulating and implementing strategies and plans for lawmaking and completing the legal system. Building legal documents, appraisal of legal documents, law enforcement organization, propagating and disseminating the law. Purpose of solution to improve the quality and efficiency of lawmaking and complete the legal system. In order to well perform the function of state management of lawmaking and completing the legal system, the Ministry of Justice has effectively carried out the following activities: advising on the development of strategy for legal development and improvement of the legal system, organize a preliminary and summary of the implementation of the strategy, advise and assist the government in formulating the government's proposal on the law and ordinance-making program on matters falling within the scope of the government's functions, tasks, and powers. The agency in charge and coordinating agency in drafting laws and ordinances is expected to submit to the Prime Minister for decision, make a list of documents detailing the implementation of laws and ordinances, to urge the implementation of the list of documents detailing the implementation of laws and ordinances, quarterly report to the government and Standing Committee of the National Assembly on the development of documents detailing the implementation of laws and ordinances, appraisal of the proposal to develop legal documents, projects, draft legal documents, assume the prime responsibility for, and coordinate within ministries and ministerial level agencies in preparing government's opinions on law ordinance for formulation requests not submitted by the government and the government's opinions on the law ordinance proposals of National Assembly deputies as prescribed by law. Prepare the government's opinion on the law ordinance project not submitted by the government as assigned by the Prime Minister. 4. Guide, monitor, urge, and inspect the law-making work of ministries, ministerial level agencies, and localities in accordance with law. Statistics of human resources engaged in lawmaking work, to develop strategies and plans to train human resources for lawmaking in the short term and long term. Managing the national database of legal documents, websites, and electronic data on lawmaking work. Research and apply science and technology in the construction and promulgation of legal documents. Proposing solutions to improve the quality of legal documents development and appraisal, such as proposing solutions to improve the quality of collecting opinions and requesting the development of legal documents projects draft legal documents, develop guidelines on funding for lawmaking and completing the legal system, provide professional guidance on policy formulation, impact assessment of policies, impact assessment of administrative procedures, guiding gender mainstreaming in policy development, projects, and draft legal documents, provide professional guidance in drafting and appraising legal documents, organizing law enforcement. Being well aware of importance of law-making work, the Ministry of Justice always focuses on the following issues. Firstly, improving the efficiency of lawmaking management. Contributing to improving the quality of institutional building, lawmaking strategies, and completing the legal system and legislative plans. The building of legislative institutions, strategies, and plans chaired by the Ministry of Justice always comes from the perspective of integration, because the legal system not only exists to serve a country, but it also has to ensure the integrity of the country. Harmonize domestic law with international law. Vietnam must not only stand for the country's point of view, but also must base itself on the development trend of the world and the outstanding development of the Fourth Industrial Revolution to formulate a strategy for lawmaking and completely improve the legal system. The legislative plan carries the breadth of the times in line with the development of science and technology and the development of the knowledge economy. To build a high-quality institution, to create a solid legal framework, to create an environment for domestic and foreign businesses to compete fairly, promote innovation, and increase the resilience of the economy before the COVID-19 pandemic. The Ministry of Justice has conducted research, summarized practical assessment of lawmaking work to propose feasible strategies and plans to effectively serve the development of law, national and regional development. In order to develop feasible legislative strategies and plans and organize effective implementation, the Ministry of Justice focuses on attracting experts, scientists, and practitioners to participate in research and evaluation activities, practical assessment of law enforcement and construction work. Besides, the Ministry of Justice also regularly exchanges and learns from the experiences of countries such as Japan, Canada, France, to complete the strategy of building and completing the legal system. Second, enhancing the efficiency of management of the construction and issuance of legal documents nationwide. Contributing to improving the quality of legal documents, the Ministry of Justice always focuses on researching and learning from the experiences of countries around the world to complete the legislative process in a substantive and effective way. The Ministry of Justice has advised the government to issue resolutions and directives on lawmaking work, advise and propose solutions to improve the responsibility and efficiency of coordination between agencies in the process of lawmaking, researching and renovating methods and forms of collecting opinions from agencies and organizations, focusing on consulting experts and scientists, especially those who are directly affected by legal documents. The Ministry of Justice studies and develops specific quantitative criteria to evaluate the quality of making proposals for formulation of laws, ordinances, projects, draft legal documents, to guide legal organizations of ministries, branches, and localities to apply the above-mentioned criteria. In making requests for formulation of legal documents, drafting and praising legal documents, strengthen the direction, urge, and direct inspection of the leaders, correct discipline, responsibility for coordination among units assigned to appraise the ensure progress and quality of appraisal reports. The Ministry of Justice promotes scientific research activities associated with the construction of improvement of legal system, strengthening the quality of scientific research topics with high applicability in lawmaking work, associated with practice, detection, and predictability. Every year, the Ministry of Justice organizes the exchange of sharing of experiences in the construction and appraisal of legal documents for lawmaking officials of ministries. Monitor and examine the situation of elaboration and promulgation of legal documents of ministries, branches, and localities. Periodically organize inspection of lawmaking work in order to ensure the effectiveness and efficiency in state management of lawmaking work. The Ministry of Justice also proactively provides professional guidance on lawmaking work to ministries, branches, and localities. promptly correcting and handling difficulties and obstacles in the construction and issuance of legal documents of the ministry, branches, and localities. Regularly renew work of monitoring, urging, inspecting, and guiding professional development and issuance of legal documents. The Ministry of Justice has built and updated the national database on unified legislation, creating favorable conditions for people and businesses to access and learn legal information in a convenient, uniform, and transparent manner. Research to build a website that is more user-friendly and at the same time store full project documents, draft legal documents, appraisal documents, proposal for developing legal documents, projects, and draft legal documents. Prioritize allocating adequate and timely funding, investing in material, technical foundation, modern and synchronous equipment and technology to meet the requirements of state management tasks on lawmaking work. Formulate a plan on contingent of staff engaged in lawmaking work. Develop and implement a master plan on training. Allocate budget to train and foster human resource in lawmaking. Exchange learning experiences in countries with advanced and modern legislative level. Develop and implement a master plan on training, retraining, and training. In order to improve the capacity of policymaking and drafting legal documents for lawmakers. Complete training materials, fostering, and training. In order to improve the efficiency of management of lawmaking activities, the Ministry of Justice carries out synchronous solutions, regularly renewing the management of lawmaking activities to contribute to improving the quality of legal documents. In the current context, Vietnam still needs to continue to complete its legal system, meet the requirements of market economy development, international integration, and building a socialist rule of law state, continue to innovate lawmaking thinking to build a more unified, synchronous, and feasible legal system.
베트남의 사례 살펴보셨습니다.
That was a Vietnamese case. So we have just heard the presentation from a representative from the Ministry of Justice of Vietnam. Now we have heard presentations from session 1 and for 2 themes. The first was on the Korean case, and the second cases were Indonesian and Vietnamese case. And if you need the presentation materials, please visit our official homepage to download the presentation materials. So come visit our site to download the page. And also there's an address available on YouTube screen where you could go through to come to our homepage. Now with our chairperson, we are going to conduct the discussion session. So 2 Korean speakers and our 2 foreign speakers and 3 discussants will take part in the discussion session.
The theme of the first session is the present and future of legislative administration of Korea and other Asian countries. And second theme will be different. It's about the best practices. So we'll be able to share the best practices. Many experts are joining us today, and I'm sure that we can raise issues and we can also discuss about how to take actions to respond and also how we can realize mutually beneficial response. So on site, we are trying to rearrange our stage so that the moderator as well as speakers are now taking their seats. Let me introduce the moderator. We have with us the Vice President of the KL, and also we are joined together with Director Yu Chul-ho and Director Liu Jun-mo, and also the presenter who made a presentation will also be joined. The head Garudu Wiana Ukaru is also joined us. We have invited 3 discussants, Professor Kim Nam-chul, partner lawyer Lee Hong-bae, partner lawyer Kwon Yong-suk are joined as discussants. So let me hand over the microphone to the moderator. Hello, everyone. My name is Kang Hyun-chul. I'm the Vice President of the Korea Legislation Research Institute. This is the 9th symposium we are having. We have our own tradition and also practices of exchanging our best practices. And I believe that the symposium has played pivotal role until now. The theme of the first session is the present and future of legislative administration of Korea and other Asian countries. We talked about the best practices of Korea, and the second theme is about Asian countries' legislative administration and exemplary cases. We just heard the best practice of Indonesia, and I don't know if I can pronounce his name, but Head Garduwiana Ukar talked about the best practice in Indonesia. When we heard the best practice of Vietnam, Director General Ung Uyen Hong Tue of General Affairs on Legislative Development of Vietnam. So we heard the best practice of Korea as well as Indonesia and Vietnam. And now's the time for discussion. So let me invite the three discussants. As the MC has briefly introduced, we have with us Professor Kim Nam-chul of the Yonsei University Law School. We have partner lawyer Lee Hong-bae of Yulchon LLC law firm, and also partner lawyer Kwon Yong-suk of Chipyeong Indonesia office. Professor Kim Nam-chul is physically attending the symposium right here, but partner lawyer Kwon Yong-suk is connected via online. So we will now hear the discussant view. They will pose questions and also express their comments. So let's start with Professor Kim Nam-chul of Yonsei University Law School. Please begin your discussion. Hello, everyone. Let me introduce myself once again. I'm Kim Nam-chul, professor of Yonsei University Law School. I'm not expert in Asia legislative administration, but still I teach at law school. So I'd like to make comments as well as raise discussions and issues to the Indonesian and Vietnam cases. It was a great opportunity for me to learn from you. Let me give an overall view very briefly. I'd like to express my personal view. First presentation was given by Director Yu regarding General Act on Public Administration, and I'm sure that those involved in the public administration, you are well aware of this. However, for foreigners or people not working in the legal area might not be familiar with this. But as you know, in Korea, there was no general administrative law, but Administrative Procedure Act was enacted around 1998. Very difficult procedure it was. And the Administrative Procedure Act is a general law on administrative procedures. About 20 years have passed since the enactment of this act, and the current administrative procedure have been generalized enough to be recognized as an essential process for administration. However, other than administrative procedure, there was no general law as a substantive law of administration. It took a lot of time, and it was our dearest wish and aspiration. But 2 years ago, the scholars and experts and the public administration have gathered together, and in relations with the enactment of the public administration, we all agreed, and for about a year, we had discussed how to create the basic administrative bill in earnest, and many scholars and experts, we continuously talked about that because we had the legislative and administrative officials law and the legal practice law, and we all had the separate bills. So the basic administrative law is a general law on substance, and it consists of 40 articles, and some talks about general principle of administrative law. There are also regulations that are meaningful in establishing the concept, and there are also regulations that have character of legislative guidelines. So these act contain general administrative provisions. Ever since the constitution law was legislated in Korea, Korea has achieved a dramatic growth, but I sincerely believe that the Public General Act on Public Administration will achieve a quantum leap growth in the future. In order for this act to become completed as a general law, discussions on the provisions will need to become more active in the future. And currently, it's not sufficient. It's not enough. But if you talk about the law itself, we need to improve the General Act on Public Administration. And once again, we believe that there will be a huge work in the future. I don't have any additional comments. I am using this currently, but I guess the National Legal Information Center under the Ministry of Legislation is evaluated as the world's best legal information system. Regarding Korea's legal information, there are National Assembly legal information system with the National Assembly. I've studied in Germany, but if you try to get access to German legal information system, it's quite cumbersome. But National Legal Information Center of the Ministry of Legislation is the top of the top class. It has huge advantages and benefit, and we need to actively work with other countries, especially so-called the advanced countries in legal system. We need to once again share the informations, and we need to let people know more about it. In the case of Indonesia, reform of the administration is critical, and I believe that Indonesia is working hard to unify the legal body of the regulatory reform, and it was very impressive that they are working hard to enhance the efficiency, especially the omnibus law. It was first time for me to have a full understanding. Of course, in Korea, last year for the first time, we launched so-called simplified, unified law. In the process of evaluating this law, there were a lot of up and down and a great hardship. And we finally succeeded last year, and I sincerely hope that Indonesia can achieve a greater success in putting that into action through the Omnibus Act. It was very impressive. I mean, 80 acts has been unified into one. That's really awesome. And I believe that this Omnibus Act has a lot of benefit, but still, it is necessary to consider the separation of power perspective as above and the process of implementing the policies by this organization. It is also possible to consider a plan to include the regulations that guide the enactment of the administrative law, such as Korea's basic administrative law. And also, the General Act on Public Administration should be accessible to the people so that people can look at it anytime they want. But it is very important to consider to promote efficiency and coherence of administrative law system by providing democratic and legal control measures over the administrative legislation. That concludes my discussion. Thank you.
Yes, thank you. Thank you very much. I think he was able to talk to us about the administrative law as well as the omnibus law, as well as the operation of National Legislative Information Center. Now I'm going to ask Mr. Lee Hongbae, a partner lawyer at Yulchon, to do his discussion, please. I think he's been disconnected. Can people hear me? Yes, yes, we do hear you. Can you start speaking? Well, good afternoon. I do work here in Korea, but I've also been working in Vietnam for about 10 years. I'm a Korean lawyer, so I have my lawyer's license from Korea, Vietnam, Indonesia, Cambodia. Well, we have experts working in these countries, and we're doing a discussion here. I would like to say that it's an honor for me to be able to take part in this discussion, and I would like to thank the Ministry of Government Legislation for inviting me to be a part of this discussion. As I said, I've been working in Vietnam for about a few years, so I'm going to talk to you a little bit of what I've learned as I've been working in Vietnam. Well, about legislation in Vietnam, there's a very unique practice. So the law, the act, well, the decrees, the circulars are prepared and are implemented along with the laws. But in Vietnam, after the law has been enacted, the decrees and the circulars. Oh, excuse me. In other cases, decrees and the circulars are created and implemented in time with the laws, but that is not the case in Vietnam. The laws are made first, and then the relevant decrees and the circulars are created and implemented. The same with the investment law. So, investment related, the decree was created and implemented almost like a year after the relevant law was created. And there was also a case with the corporate law. The corporate law was created and implemented in that is January 2021, but the relevant decree was created and implemented in March. And so there is this disconnect between the law and the decrees and the circulars. And so from a perspective of investors who have to obtain licenses, this is an issue because the public servants are not able to provide services on the investment application related work has to stop because there are no decrees available. And no, so in my case, that is my experience here in Vietnam tells me that this could be potentially a problem for the foreign investors trying to make investment in Vietnam. And this low-level laws or the legislation are sometimes not substantive enough. And also, and so the law has to be created and implemented first, and there has to be decrees and the circulars because the laws themselves are not detailed enough. The decrees or the circulars are there to complement the laws, but as I said, there is a time gap between the law and the decrees. And then there is a law on the promulgation of the legal documents here in Vietnam. So there are many different kinds of legal documents in Vietnam. At the top, there's the Constitution, and at the bottom, there are decisions from the People's Council and People's Committees. So these are, and there are also laws, or excuse me, or the regulations or the decisions from the lowest level of local administrative jurisdictions. And so, there are many different levels of law, so which makes all these very complicated. So if we look at investment, so when it comes to foreign investment, that is the investment by the foreigners, the local government, that is the government in provinces, are not able to create their own conditions for the investment, and that because that is the regulation that exists as of now, which makes it quite difficult for foreign investors to be able to make the investments into Vietnam. And of course, Vietnam does work on a regular basis to review these laws and the regulations and make amendments or make corrections if necessary. And so the local ordinances or the decree or the rules that are more in line with the local conditions must be, I believe, created in order to facilitate investment into Vietnam. And also, I believe there is a need to introduce administrative litigation law. Well, so if there's going to be a lawsuit or there's going to be a complaint lodged, well, there has to be a set of administrative litigation law in place. But I mean, the law is there. However, there still needs to be some clarification when it comes to the action that the between the administrative instruction and administrative action. And I think because Vietnam has been involved in war, and because Vietnam is a socialist nation, maybe because the government is trying to get the consensus and to get the agreement from the people, and that is why there are some ambiguity, let me say, in the administrative procedure or the administrative litigation law of Vietnam, and so the here to actively consider the details and do internal review. Oh, well, that takes time. And the legal basis, because in Vietnam, in all documented, the legal basis are very clearly specified. So there is a good legal system. But if there are no clear legal basis, then if there are no clear regulation, then and there is an issue. And so I think there is a clear need to have a clear administrative litigation law introduced. But there is administrative procedure, a law or act is expected to be created and provided. And we do see some drafts on this administrative procedural law, and it is many investors have high hopes that this law will be created and enacted quickly. And some administrative law in the past limited the authority of the court, and so when it comes to national security or national defense or diplomacy, well, sometimes the administrative laws or the regulations should not impact them. So there has to be a clear distinction, in terms of scope of the administrative law, and also the Ministry of Justice or Vietnam, the Vietnamese government has actually introduced a system, a precedent, the laws on the precedent law legal system. So this is something that has been notified by the Ministry of Justice, and all the decisions by the Vietnamese courts are now available on the website of the court. And so the decisions of by the courts are going to be disclosed, which is going to bring a transparency to the legal system and the court system, I believe, in Vietnam. And so I think that in 2014, so-called People's Court Organization Law was created. And then the precedent law or the system was introduced in 2015 to the civil law system, as well as civil court or the civil litigation law. And so this also clarifies, what sort of precedents can be introduced into these laws, and as well as the scope of precedents that can be incorporated into such laws, as I said, to the civil law and the civil litigation laws. And there have been about 43 precedents that have been promulgated so far, and also as the people have the right to propose what precedent laws can be selected and incorporated. And of course, these precedents have to have normative guidelines or the basis or the principles. And so the president should be able to increase the trust into the court, in the courts as well. So these are some of the conditions by which the president can be selected and incorporated in different laws. And so going forward, we believe that we could use these precedents to be able to propose our own opinions and positions. So with that, I'd like to conclude my discussion.
예, 고맙습니다.
Thank you very much. You just heard a discussion by the partner lawyer Lee Hong-bae of Yulchon. Especially regarding foreign investment law, you heard about the necessity and also the procedures and also why we need it, how we can improve that. And more recently, in the introductions of the new law and other review were mentioned by the partner lawyer Lee Hong-bae. Let's invite partner lawyer Kwon Yong-suk from Chipyeong LLC. Please begin. Hello, everyone. I'm partner lawyer Kwon Yong-suk of Chipyeong. I'm very honored and privileged to be invited as a discussant at the Asian Legislative Expert Symposium. And I'd like to discuss the presentation given by Indonesia. I have prepared my own slides, and let me begin my discussion. I will focus on the legislative administration itself. First of all, in relation with the enactment of Indonesian legislation and management system, since I am the one who is working at the field and every day I face the legislation itself, let me tell you what are the shortcomings. You mentioned about the omnibus law in 2016 and early 2017. The omnibus law was discussed and the enforcement decree was also passed by the National Assembly. For after several months of controversies, discussions, and hard work, finally omnibus law was enacted, and it has definitely brought about the most comprehensive and so-called breakthrough transformation in Indonesia. At the time, many legal experts, lawyers, including myself, we have thoroughly reviewed the omnibus law, and the draft of this enactment law, we couldn't find it. So for several months, it was a great difficulty for me to find where I can see this omnibus law. And we wanted to understand why we couldn't find this, why we couldn't obtain the bill submitted to the National Assembly during the enactment stage of the National Assembly of the Omnibus Act, which was carried out from the end of 2020 and beginning of the 2021. And I understand the entire text of the act was not publicly available, and the frequency of the severe objection by the companies and other interested parties who understood the context of the legislation after it was enacted is higher than in Korea. In the process of collecting opinions, there are cases in which the majority of people oppose the laws and regulations at the legislative stage, and as a result, the legislation is delayed, or the enactment of the enacted amended law is delayed or re-amended appear to be. So absence of the comprehensive legal information system related to the law in force is one of the regrettable things. And the complaints or opposition sometimes can be created, and it's normal. It always happens. Although the timing of the law to take effect can sometimes be postponed, it can happen. So although the law are enacted or amended, it seems that there are often delays in the legislations and amendment of the government decrees, presidential decrees, or the ministries dealing with the detailed regulation. You already talked about efforts to improve the law, but I guess the reality is that the feedbacks are not well delivered, and the provisions of the information on the original text of the legislation during the legislative notice process, collecting opinions from the general public and providing feedback is still going on, but not very well. And for foreigners, people like me, we cannot easily get access to this law, which is also very regrettable. Another point that I'd like to talk about is the subordinate laws, the decrees, enforcement decrees. Of course, the law has been enacted, but the subordinate laws were not passed or enacted. It's being postponed, I think. So even though already the law itself is giving obligation, but the detailed enforcement decree were not legislated. So there is a gap, and the public doesn't understand or what to do. They don't know how to interpret the law itself because there's no detailed enforcement decree. So people are at a loss sometime, and I hope you would understand that. So this is my personal view. But first, regarding gathering the feedback or opinions, we are taking a great notice of that. In case of Korea, when we try to gather the views or opinions from the public, usually the ministries or the government in charge of the legislative law itself, they host hearings, public hearings or discussions, seminars or visits, and they fully disclose the law itself. They carry out numerous procedures to gather the views. So public hearing, the seminar can be a great tools. And they also accept opinions through emails, or they also have a special platform in their homepage so that people can submit their views. And now when the public or the companies, the business, when they submit their views or feedbacks, then the government always reply to the business, to the public, so that the true sense of the two-way communication happens in Korea. So what I expect to see in Indonesia is just like Korea. I mean, Indonesia can look at what Korea is doing, and then if you can learn from us, and definitely the people will be able to present their views, and you can improve your law in a much better way. That's my view. And during your presentation, you talk about a unified agency be in charge of, or a unified legislation institution, which is currently under discussions. And in case of Korea, Ministry of Government Legislation is the agency, is the unified legislation institution, is in charge of the subordinate enforcement decrees, and they check out what is happening. So it is very much systemized procedures, and I hope that Indonesia can introduce a similar system that we do, so that this unified legislation institution can definitely make most of its power, and then the president decrees or subordinates or the government ordinance or all kinds of the legislative status of the government ordinance can be systematically managed. And I think that is necessary up until 2015. Together with the Ministry of Government Legislation, you told me that you are sharing your information system with Korea, and I'm sure that you have taken a lot of time to review the system itself. So I hope that you can build a comprehensive legal information system for the legislative process and various laws. As I am working at the field, I have given my own personal views. That concludes my discussion. Thank you.
예, 고맙습니다.
Yes, thank you. That was partner lawyer, Mr. Kwon Young-suk. He has talked about the legal system and the legislative system of Indonesia, and we have actually received questions in advance. And I will ask the questions and have our speakers answer the question at the same time.
Regarding the General Act on Public Administration, what were the drivers? What were the reasons? How were you able to implement that? Were they actual cases in Korea? And I don't think that it can take actions frequently in Asian countries. So I'd like to learn how it happened in Korea. Compared with the other Asian countries, the General Act on Public Administration, what is its significance? So that was a question raised to Director Yu Chul-ho. And please answer later on.
So it seems that Korea was quite successful in digitalizing the legislative information system. And so is there a plan for the Korean government to cooperate with other countries? I think this is something that is related to the legislative information system. And so this could be discussed when the answers are given by the relevant presenter. And so the presenters, they may be given now opportunity to answer the questions, as well as an opportunity to add to anything that they were not able to say. Mr. Yu first.
Well, Let me begin my answer regarding the question that was raised. The General Act on Public Administration was enacted, but the starting point, I believe that the legislation itself is only a starting point. And we have done a lot of review, but if you look at the actual law that has been passed, only 40 articles were contained. So it is regrettable, but in the future, we'll actively have more thorough discussions, and we need to contain more clauses and provisions so that it can truly work as a general act on public administration starting from next year. Once again, the second revisions or amendment of the General Act on Public Administration will take place. Now, among the question that was raised, the first question, what's the drivers or the reasons or how it started the General Act on Public Administration? Were there any difficulties? Well, I don't know how to answer this question because the Ministry of Government Legislation internally, we've been pondering upon this issue for a long time. We wanted to find the best way to do that. So it was an ongoing process for us. Throughout that process, especially the simplifications of the General Act on Public Administration, the President of Republic of Korea has fully bestowed support and encouragement. So that's why the process of enacting the General Act on Public Administration took place in full-fledged manner. Now, the unifying the law itself was a great ambition and aspiration, and we wanted to reflect that aspirations. So based on the support and encouragement, I believe that those were the driving engine. Second, comparing with the other Asian countries, Korea's General Act on Public Administration, what are the implication? That was the question. Well, we haven't done any comparative studies or analysis so far, but based on my personal view, I guess the General Act on Public Administration is a very basic act itself. And the basic administrative law itself is the characteristic, and that means that for the public officials, we use it as a guideline, and for the people working in the legal field, they can use it as a tool. So not only in the judiciary field, but also in the administrations or in the legislation in other sector, they can use it as a guideline. In the past, we rely on the actual practical cases, but now, since we have this law on our hands that we can refer to from time to time, definitely, if we see any kind of a violation, then we can definitely take actions. So I'm sure that our decisions can be much faster and in a more justifiable way.
Yes, thank you. Thank you for the answer. Mr. Yu Jun-mo, you could also try to answer the question. There were some praises about our system, and it seems that there are a lot of interest in the system that we have built, and there were also requests for support to build a similar system in their countries. Well, our system, this legislative information system, I think everybody agreed this is a well-built system. And the system was able to be built so well because we do have the necessary IT capabilities. And we also have this very unique culture here in Korea where we try to do everything very quickly. And when I first joined the ministry, it took about 2-3 days before legal changes are reflected in the system. But now the changes are reflected in the system right away, very promptly. And so we have made continuous efforts to ensure that the legal changes are incorporated and reflected in the system very quickly. And a nation's legal information that's being provided for free. That's something very something that we are very used to. So we have that culture where we are quite used to, where people are used to getting the information, legal information for free. So how quickly and for how long we have to provide this information for free? Well, there are questions about this. Some say that we are suppressing the growth of companies, that could grow by providing legal information services. So maybe that is something that we may need to consider. And about providing support to other Asian countries to build their legislative information system, we are currently helping Myanmar. In fact, the system is already built and being operated in Myanmar. And beginning next year, we're going to be starting a project in Indonesia. So that project is going to begin from 2020 and last until 2026. But I think by 2025, Indonesia will have a system in operation and will be providing and support for that as a part of a COICA ODA. And also from Vietnam and other countries, there have been requests for support for the system construction, and we are going to be expanding such support.
예, 고맙습니다.
Thank you.
And so that was an explanation about the network.
Now, we'd like to invite Head Karduwiana Ukar from Indonesia to answer among the questions imposed to you. Do you have any additional comments? Any additional things that you'd like to say? Please go ahead.
부탁드리겠습니다.
Please.
Thank you. I'd like to respond to Professor Kim Nam-cho first. Professor Kim Nam-cho, thank you for your insight. Same with South Korea and most countries, Indonesia have the same condition in dealing with administrative laws. We are facing too many provisions and delegation orders in administrative law. President Joko Widodo already strongly reminded us that Indonesia is country based on rule of laws, not based on regulation or administration. That's why one of the high priority agenda on President Joko Widodo's second terms is to establish unified legislative body that have absolute authority in all aspects of legislative policy and procedure, including to legislate administrative laws. Hopefully it will run well like in South Korea. We try to learn and compare best practices in other countries to set up a benchmark, including from South Korea. That's why we already have memorandum of understanding with Ministry of Government Legislation, MOLEG in South Korea. So this is also mentioned by Mr. Kwon. So yes, sir, we want to learn from South Korea experience. For Mr. Kwon Yung-suk, thank you. In related to omnibus law process, we have learned our lessons. It is our first experience of making omnibus law. So our government already evaluate and will keep monitoring and give evaluation of this law, including identify what problems rose in the process for our improvement in the future. Besides tight schedule and challenging coordination and synchronization, I think one of the main issues is lack of public participation. This is something we also identified as one of the problems we need to address, not only regarding omnibus law, but in lawmaking process in general. Although law number 12 of 2011, Article 96 already clearly gave provision that people or public can freely give their opinion in lawmaking process. But up to now, regrettably to say that it is not as optimal as we hope for. Therefore, we will try to resolve that. We can say, because there will be only one legislators, which is unified legislative body, that important step of public participation in lawmaking process will be effectively guaranteed, will be regulated more clearly, and will be set up as a mandatory step before the regulation pass. About the legislation database or law information system, we also have identified it as one of the issues we need to resolve. That's why when unified legislative body is established, one of the first high priority agenda is to build legal information system. It is a crucial step for the successful regulatory reform. Actually, we already have some discussion with MOLEC on how MOLEC can give assistance and support in building law information system. And as already mentioned before also by Mr. Jun Mordiu, we also have support from COICA. We start early next year, especially Professor Kim Nam-chol said South Korea legal information system is top of the top. So we want South Korea support for building that. About the delay legislation, President Joko Widodo recently, I think it was a couple months ago, gave clear direction that once President signed the regulation, it has immediate effect on the implementation and should be applied accordingly. The related minister must take action as soon as possible to make sure the regulation is implemented well. So it's only a couple months, so we hope it will improve that issue. We will see and monitor what in the next several months. So to sum up, the several issues in Indonesia legislative practice identified by Professor Kim Nam-chol and Mr. Kwon, we think will be resolved by establishing unified legislation body. It is one of the high priority agenda of regulatory reform that clearly already stated in the National Medium Terms Development Plan 2020 and 2024. Hopefully, that single center legislation body will be established in this near future. Thank you very much.
예, 고맙습니다.
Yes, thank you. Thank you very much. I believe he's given answers as well as comments to what's been asked and what has been discussed. And lastly, maybe Mr. Ung Yen Hung Tuyen from Vietnam could do a discussion. Is he connected? So he's not going to. We're not going to be able to connect to him. So maybe we will have another opportunity later on to listen to the Vietnamese opinion. And so, well, this is a question for Professor Kim Nam-chol, and I think this is a question because he is a professor.
I'd like to know the level of Korea's legislative system itself. So in 1 or 2 minutes, can you answer that? The level standard of Korea's legislative system? Well, I am an expert in the administration law, so my comment is limited to the administration law. If you look at all the Korean law, 94% law is related with the public administration. But sometime around 2000, the level of Korea's legislation itself was not that high. Even when you compare Korea's legislation process with that of the developing countries, Korea's lawmaking standard or level was sometimes lower. But during the past 20 years, Ministry of Government Legislation, Korea Legislation Research Institute, we all poured our energy to improve the lawmaking process, and everything became very much systematically well structured. So, I mean, during the past 2 decades, the legislation lawmaking system has achieved a quantum leap growth. And I hope that we can put a break on legislating a new law. I mean, that much. All kinds of laws are being legislated. So we are at the top level. So my answer to your question is, maybe it's quite embarrassing to say this because I'm complimenting Korea, but in terms of the standard of the law itself and the academic level, it's really a top level. Thank you.
Yes, thank you. With that, we would like to conclude the discussion as well as the presentation on session number 1. And through session 1's presentations and discussions, we have been able to see the present and future of the legislative administration in Korea as well as Asian countries. But after the COVID-19 is full control is controlled, then we'll be, I'm sure, able to meet face to face and discuss this very important issue. With that, we would like to conclude the session. Thank you very much. Yes, thank you. That was Vice President of Kang Hyun-chul of the Korea Legislation Research Institute. There were very useful information discussed, and it was an excellent opportunity to have communication on the legislative and administrative present and the future. We'll take a 5-minute break and then move on to session number 2.
우와, 맛있겠다.
우리 둘째 어린이집 입학 힘들겠어. 후순위 되게 생겼어. 첫째가 초등학교 입학해서? 답답하다니까?
나 어린이집 못 가. 나 어린이집 가고 싶은데 흥순이라서 못 가.
답답하고 불편한 법령 정비. 영유아 보육법 시행규칙 정비.
나 이제 어린이집 갈 수 있다.
법제처가 속 시원하게 법령을 정비합니다.
답답하고 불편하면
법령 정비.
법령 정비에 직접 참여하고 싶으면
국민참여 입법센터.
일주일 지났는데 환불받을 수 있는 법이 있나? 법이 있나?
생활 속 버퍼링엔 국가법령정보센터.
알바도 유급 휴가를 받을 수 있는 법이 있나? 법이 있나?
생활 속 버퍼링엔 국가법령정보센터.
우리 차도 캠핑카로 개조할 수 있는 법이 있나? 법이 있나?
생활 속 버퍼링엔 국가법령정보센터.
환불 받을 수 있대. 유급휴가 받을 수 있대.
승용차도 할 수 있구나.
법령을 빠르고 정확하게. 법은 로.go.kr
have had so far. Now we'll begin session number 2 shortly. Ladies and gentlemen, I hope you've enjoyed the short break. I want to thank you for joining us for session number 2, and we're going to be discussing about the cooperation measures for development of Asian countries and legislative administration. There will be presentations followed by a discussion, and we are going to have 3 presentations, and there will be 2 discussants. And our first presenter is a senior research fellow, Choi Ji-yeon of Korean Law Legislative Research Institute.
My name is Ji-yeon Choi. I'm a senior research fellow at Korea Legislation Research Institute. It's my honor and privilege to be part of this forum with such formidable group of panelists today, presenters and discussants. Thank you for this opportunity. So we are already behind the schedule, so let's get right into it. The presentation that I'm going to deliver today is the legislative administration in Asian countries. And the subtitle there you can see here is where we stand and how we could step forward together. The focus is on the together part, obviously, because we're trying to come up with an idea that we could all develop and improve as one Asia. Now, next is my roadmap for today's presentation. First comes first, what is legislative administration? For all today, we have talked about the legislative administration, and I would like to start with the concept of legislative administration and see if it's shared by different countries in equal terms. Next, I am going to review the current status of legislative administration in 6 different Asian countries and review the paths that we have taken, that Korea has taken with those 6 respective countries. Then we will examine some of the potholes that we have missed in the road, and then finally come to the conclusion of the ways or suggestions for stepping forward together. Now, first is the legislative administration. So what is legislative administration? I have Googled and I have searched for the term on Westlaw because American jurisdiction is more familiar to me than others. And in their term, legislative administration is more on the assist of the Speaker of the Senate and the Speaker of the House of Representatives for any legislative bills and the bill drafting and bill processing in the legislation process. And it also includes provision for maintenance services for all legislative facilities. And those are the words from the Tennessee statute in the United States. While others have similar legislative administrative services provides administrative and technical support for the Kansas legislature. So this is from the Kansas state rules. Similar rules and regulations are found in Minnesota in the United States and also some other jurisdictions in Canada. So I would say it's safe to assume that some of those North American jurisdictions share the same concept of legislative administration, sort of restricted towards the support and technical and administrative roles in getting their bills prepared and passed. Not really what we are trying to encompass. So what do we have in Korean term? Like how do we define legislative administration in Korea? When I looked it up in Korean rules and regulations, this is what we got: the management of legislative bills, presentation of bills to the State Council, review and report of the agenda to State Council, and then submission, issue related to the proclamation and research of legislative administration, and review review and classification of the laws. That's the duty from the duty division regulations of the Ministry of Government Legislation, MOLEG, that we are talking about today, Korea. And the parts that I have just delivered are really towards the technical and support part of the legislative administration. And in Korea, the legislative administration that MOLEG is taking part on is really the tip of the iceberg that the MOLEG is taking part of. So it's only a fraction of what legislative administration encompasses in Korean sense. It really starts from the drafting and reviewing and processing and managing, and after that, the maintenance and the database as well. Now, then why do we have to talk about legislative administration? Why is it important? Because, well, it's obvious. Pre-enactment stages, drafting and reviewing and revising stage, well, because we get into that stage and then help them with reviewing and revising and drafting those rules, we eliminate potential discordance with other current laws from the get-go, and then we could do an effective quality control. Now, after the enactment, when the legislative administration kicks in, what do we do? Well, it does management and maintenance and of electronic database that we have proudly present to other countries. It's sort of like the contrary two systems. You can think of the first one person downloading all of their files and then make directories in their hard drives and then make separate folders for each laws and regulations and sub-decrees. Another person is saving all the laws in their downloads folder, and then whenever they need it, they just search through it. Well, which one is more effective and which one is more user-friendly? Obviously, the first one. And the first one, the systemized compilation, is what MOLEG is doing with their electronic database system with law. And of course, it provides clear foundation of law and policy, not only to the legislature, but also to its citizens. So legislative administration, in that sense, is a key in government policy and government administration. Its systemized management of legislative information is enabling rapid industrialization and democratization in Korea as well. With the technical development, it increases citizen participation in government administration so that we could reflect upon people's voice and eventually lead to the driving force of better legislation for societal and economical development. With the number, how many laws are currently valid in Korea, I cannot count because it's just skyrocketing number of laws and regulations are available, and that's why it's extremely important to have maintaining a user-friendly electronic legislative information and administration to make it accessible to the public general. Now, the second part of my presentation is then, well, we have talked about the general concept of legislative administration, then what are those status in those 6 Asian countries? Well, we are going through Uzbekistan, Thailand, Mongolia, Vietnam, Cambodia, and Indonesia. And we have picked those 6 countries because some of them were the close contacts with MOLEG, that we have had so many collaboration and cooperations in the past. And some are not as much as so, but we are trying to expand our relationship to those jurisdictions as well. So in that sense, we have carefully delivered, and through the careful deliberation with MOLEG, we have selected those 6 jurisdictions. First comes first, Uzbekistan. In terms of the legislative administration in Uzbekistan, they do not have a similar government agency like MOLEG, but instead they have Ministry of Justice. And while going through and reviewing through all of those 6 jurisdictions, it's prevalent in those countries, in other foreign jurisdictions, that they do not usually have something like MOLEC in their government as an arm, but they have Ministry of Justice, and Internal Affairs or Council of State to be functioning as what we are doing here at MOLEC. So in Uzbekistan, we are having Ministry of Justice called Minjust. It has extensive legal drafting authority in the executive branch, and it is also a legal enforcement agency, just like our Ministry of Justice. And it reviews and accesses draft bills before submission to the cabinet or parliament. Minjust has research and education function as well. So it has the lawyers training center, it has law school, and it has secondary education entities as well. But what I found very interesting with Minjust in Uzbekistan is that they have National Legal Information Center called Adulat. So National Legal Information Center called Adulat is their national central legal and statutory data management system, and it maintains and ensures official publication of legislation in the database. They are legally, by their law, legally obliged to ensure electronic delivery of regulatory acts, information, any material relevant to state bodies and organizations, but I didn't find that they are obliged to provide such information to the general public, which is contrary to what we have here. Adulat provides media material on regulatory legal acts and importance of reforms as well, and prepare informal comments and explanatory materials on interpretation of legislation. Now, next country is Thailand. Thailand does not have a Ministry of Justice functioning as MOLEC, but instead they have Council of State. Council of States is under the ministerial department under the Prime Minister's office, and its duties include legislative drafting, legal advisory to the government, and it's supported by the Office of the Council of States. So it's Office of the Council of States who's the brain of the Council of States, providing all the legal work and the primary function. Office of the Council of State is comprised of 250 legal experts, one central administration, one Secretary General's office, 9 divisions, 3 bureaus, and 1 institute. They prepare draft legislation, they provide legal opinion, and they also support, provide technical and admin support to the Council of State and Law Reform Commission. So those are all the divisions and the bureaus of the Office of the Council of State. Okay. They do have legislative database. At least they are trying to, because the law, with English translation, is to be provided to the central legal database, and they would like to have a legislative database like our own. It is being drafted by the Office of the Council of State, as far as I understand. It's not currently up and running yet, but it's still on the process. Mongolia. Mongolia is pretty much similar to Uzbekistan. They have the Ministry of Justice and Internal Affairs doing what MOLEC is doing also, plus with what the Ministry of Justice is performing, developing legal policy, implementation and coordination, public admin, financing, treaties, and internal auditings as well. They have 7 different offices with different roles. In that, they have Information Technology and Policy Office, as well as Comprehensive Legal Policy Office, doing the draft bills, provide legal opinion, review, and reform laws. For Vietnam, they have government offices, the legal department of each government offices, and the Ministry of Justice. So Ministry of Justice would be the government arm that's delivering the functions of MOLIC, and at the same time, each legal department has their own issues with their own authorities in developing laws too. So the government office, the ministry level agencies assisting the Prime Minister's office and the government's office has 16 departments, 5 units, and legal departments as well. Functions are like assisting minister and government with lawmaking, judicial administration activities, and National Assembly. Vietnam Ministry of Justice are functioning the way that we are functioning here at MOLIC. Lawmaking and enforcement are done by the Ministry of Justice. They submit laws, they submit long-term master plans for drafting laws and legislations and programs, and promulgate circulars, decisions, and directives. They are, as a Minister of Justice, in the enforcement arm as well, so they do have civil and admin judgment, the execution function, and judicial assistant, judicial administration as well. The Ministry of Justice is comprised of 22 units and departments, and the public non-business organizations as well. Cambodia is similar to Thailand and Vietnam. They have Council of Jurists established under the Council of State. So Cambodia's Council of Jurists is similar to the Office of the Council of State in Thailand. Their role was initially limited to draft reviewing first, and then they have added technical support for the bills as well. And they have, under each ministry, they have their own separate legal departments for drafting laws for their respective ministries. Council of Jurists are comprised of 4 committees: Civil Law Committee, International Law, Public Law, and Congressional Coordination Committee. The Council of Jurists are, first they were reviewing, then they're providing more technical support right now, review draft bills from different government ministries, establish government legislation plan through cooperation with relevant ministries and organizations, review and provide opinion on bills, review and investigation of laws relevant to government management, review current laws to reform and revision, so more of a reform committee function here as well, and support throughout the legislative process. So basically they are covering everything that MOLIC is trying to function here as well. Indonesia, we have heard a lot about Indonesia before with the experts from Indonesia there. Various agencies are involved. They mentioned that each agency has their own laws posted on their website too. That's true. National Agency of Legal Development under the Ministry of Justice, Department of Law under Ministry of Justice, Council of State and National State Office, and because it's just so fragmented and scattered everywhere, they are trying to make a unitary unit, unitary legislative agency, which is up and rolling on the road to finally establishment. It's not up yet, but we are expecting it to be established quite soon. Their legal information collection and management are done in everywhere. Like Ministry of Justice has their own, National Agency of Legal Department has their own, Parliament webpage, Council of State and Constitutional Court has their own web pages containing their own laws, which could be convenient if you're looking for a specific field of law, but at the same time, it would be better if we have one comprehensive legislative website that we can find everything there in as a one-stop shop. The third part that I am going to deliver is the cooperation, what kind of collaborations we have made in the past with those 6 countries. First comes first, Uzbekistan with MOLIC Korea. We have signed 3 MOUs with their Ministry of Law, Legislative Research Institute, Congressional Legislative Research Institute, pledging for the legal exchange, collaboration, and legal information sharing. Have made visits at their international conferences, shared our own experiences on the citizen participation in legislative process, and support for municipal legislation, which they have really a huge interest on. Well, not only MOLIC, but also there are other agencies in Korea with the programs KSP and with KOICA. They have had so many projects going on with Uzbekistan as well. With KSP, for the past 20 years, we had 16 projects completed. And among them, obviously, it's KSP, so economic development related projects were the biggest. With KOICA, for the past 20 years, there were over 100 projects were completed, and the largest chunk was IT and science. So about their government system and the core system to transform into an electronic case processing system were one of them. We are looking into other jurisdictions. So Japan, they are famous in completing their, performing their ODAs in Asian countries as well. So I looked up some information in JICA and found that they, for the past 10 years, they had 14 projects with Uzbekistan. The biggest chunk would be infrastructure, so plant construction, irrigation system, rehabilitation, and railway electrification. Thailand with MOLIC, we didn't really have much cooperation with them, but we are looking forward to work closely, more closely in the future. Started working with Thailand in 2019 with presentations on legislative process, sharing our experience and law with them. It was surprising when I looked up the records in Thailand. With KSP and KOICA as well, they had very low numbers of projects done with Thailand. With KSP, there were only 5 projects for the past 20 years. Economic development, the top. But with KOICA, for the past 20 years, remember for the KOICA, as you can see later, with other countries, it's more than 100 projects, more than 200 projects even. But with Thailand, it was only 9 projects, and 2007 was the latest. So after that, I couldn't find any. And for those 9 projects with KOICA, that's not one-to-one projects with Thailand government. It was always a part of the Asian countries projects. So Thailand was one of the 5 or 6 countries that the KOICA was conducting projects with. Sectors were infrastructure 4 and health information were actually 5. There was a typo, I'm sorry. With JICA was huge in Thailand as compared to Korea. 22 projects past 10 years, and their largest chunk was environment and energy, climate change master plan implementation, and then clean fuel developments. Mongolia, we had 2 MOUs with Ministry of Justice and National University of Mongolia, swearing for the legal exchange, collaboration, and legal information sharing, have made continuous visits and then contemplated collaboration plans and explored legal system transfer possibilities, which are in the process of being fruitful projects, as I have heard in the previous session. With KSP, for the past 20 years, there were 12 projects, economic development's the largest. With KOICA, for the past 20 years, there were 186 projects. And the largest chunk was economic development, but the second was environmental and energy as well. I'm running out of time, so I have to move fast. With JICA, for the past 10 years, 21 projects, the largest chunk being economic development. with Vietnam, MOLIC, Korea has entered MOU with their Ministry of Justice, the arm that are doing the same duties that MOLIC is performing here. We decided to have some legal exchange, collaboration, and legal information sharing. We had workshops together and other visits as well. KSP had 32 projects over past 20 years, economic developments, the highest number. With KOICA, for the past 20 years, there was a large number, huge number, 286 projects. And the largest part were infrastructure, railways, and bridges, and transportation. But after that, there were education as well. Their education was not towards the academic education, but rather towards the work-related training sessions. JICA, for the past 10 years, there were 25 projects. The biggest chunk, it's pretty much similar, but biggest chunk would be economy, followed by public administration. For JICA, though, they had one legal project, harmonized legislation done with Vietnam, which we didn't find very much with other countries and other agencies. So that was notable. With Cambodia, MOLIC has entered into an MOU in 2015. And the following year, we had a visit with legislative information system, knowledge sharing, trying to share our experience with the electronic system. KSP, for the past 20 years, 16 projects were conducted, having economic development, the biggest chunk. With KOICA, for the past 20 years, 183 projects done, and the largest chunk was surprisingly health-related, so infectious disease prevention and their hospital prevention, hospital enhancement projects, followed by economic developments. With JICA was huge in Cambodia as well. For the past 10 years, there were 41 projects, including multi-year projects. Infrastructure was the biggest hit, and then the education and HR, human resources trainings followed. And they had one legal projects as well, legal and judicial development projects, trying to transform their core system in the electronic case processing system. Indonesia, with MOLIC, we have had continuous visits and collaborations. It's very gradually developed. First started cooperation, discussed it, and prepared an action plan, discussed action plan more in detail, and then conducted pre-op review. Then finally, in 2019 and 2020, we have seconded an officer to Indonesian government so that they could really see what we are doing here. And they have actually requested to have their officer to be seconded to our government as well. So that's something that we could think about later. KSP, for the past 20 years, there were 19 projects, economic developments the highest. With KOICA, for the past 20 years, 187 projects, with infrastructure as the highest number. JICA was high there for the past 10 years. They had 59 projects, the largest number out of those 6 countries. Infrastructure is the massive rapid transit systems and bridges construction were the highest. And then the environmental and energy sector was the second highest, including geothermal energy and hydroelectronic power development. Now, well, we have reviewed all of those collaborations and the roads that we have taken in the cooperation with them. Then what are the missing points? What are the potholes that we have missed on the road? Well, these are the needs that's expressed by their countries, which we have not been able to successfully satisfy so far. From Uzbekistan, they need information on Korea's electronic public hearing system and experience on Korean Admin Procedure Act, insight on their own administrative procedure, and education on Korean legislative procedure, like citizen participation, especially in the electronic system, was their focus. Thailand expressed that they need electronic legal database information system, which they are developing under the Office of the Council of State right now, so that our information will be very valuable to their process currently, and then further collaboration. Mongolia needed the interpretation system. They had a keen interest in the interpretation system of Korean law and then bill review process, law review, reform and revision related knowledge also, and they wanted an on-site training. Vietnam, they expressed that they want information on the legislative information system, the electronic system that we have currently, and then they would like to have some experience on opinion and suggestion on government legislative plan as well. Cambodia, similar, civil servants on-site training is their priority in Korea for legal administration know-how transfer, and then also the electronic legislative information system. So the common words are keep popping up in the electronic legal legislative database system. Indonesia, they have actually mentioned that they would like to have some information on the regulatory impact analysis system and also legal aid as well. And then their all-time favorite, electronic legislative information system as well. So what we have now reviewed, what we have done in the past, what we have missed, and what they actually need. So how do we weave them into together, and how do we make a way for stepping forward together? Well, first comes first, I think it's important to have a common ground, like meeting the common needs first. Everywhere we are seeing that some jurisdictions need information on our electronic legislative information system, which we proudly presented in the previous session. So maybe it's time for us to prepare a solution packet with information and system, on what kind of infrastructure is needed, and know-how in English, prepared with a personnel designated for advocating and introducing and explaining those to other jurisdictions, to other governments. And the other thing that they all wanted and had keen interest to were the information on legislative process and then administration process. So utilize maybe an online lecture sources, especially for the time like this when we cannot have them come over, we cannot have someone go their territory to provide lectures. Korea Legislative Research Institute has launched Halo Academy in 2020. They have a teaser online content on their YouTube also, so you might be able to just introduce them and then have us come into and then work with you to set up an online lecture series with them as well. Then, well, it's a common ground for everyone, but it's always better to make approach bespoke. So carefully consider each country's circumstances and demands. Different countries have different infrastructure system, HR, people's wills. So try to make approach bespoke, custom made for them. And it's better to set up a long-term plan with short-term implementation plans, so that instead of just having a grand plan for that and then just fail because we don't have any specific steps to follow, just like any government plan, like 10-year basic plan, then we have 5-year short-term plan and then yearly plan and assessment and regular assessment for that. And it's good to cover various fields, but maybe better to start with one specific field and then expand from that. And to step forward together, we always have to be on a mutual ground, because as I've been talking like over 30 minutes now, and it's only me talking to you, and it's one-way pitch is always wearing out people, and you guys are already bored. So educational program involving not only lectures, but also discussion and participation enriches the further. And learning each other's law, not just letting them know Korean law, but also learning their own system and law enables us to understand them better and then communicate better, so that we could deliver in a smarter way. Mutual ground means lay solid foundation for collaboration. So we understand fully of what the needs are, and they understand fully of what the methods are that we are trying to deliver here. And then maybe it's a good idea to invite multiple parties on the same table. Instead of just having one-on-one relationship, we have everyone on the same table discuss, and then maybe we solve one country's issues, and by that, another country can learn from that experience and grow their own self-solving muscle by learning others' experiences. So from that, this is my final stage. I would like to make a bold suggestion. I said it's bold, but maybe it's ambitious, and maybe somebody's calling it audacious. It's Legislative Administration Alliance of Asia. Having each country's representative for legislative administration could be someone in the Minjust, could be someone at the Office of the Council of State, the head of MOLEC, to be part of that alliance forum, making a forum sharing current status and needs and successes, and regular meetings, and take turns, present their ideas, current issues, and then plan collaboration within multiple parties in their forum and keep all in the same page. And that's how we could, maybe one way to step forward together effectively. And there we are. Thank you so much.
네, 박수 부탁드립니다.
Oh, thank you very much. She made a presentation for about half an hour. She talked to us about the legislative administration status of 6 countries, and she also, of course, gave the definition of legislative administration here in Korea, in other countries. So we will now move on to the next presentation, and we have an international speaker connected via Zoom. We are going to listen to the case of Cambodia. Professor Pathy Hap of the Royal University of Law and Economics will be making the presentation. Professor, are you with us?
Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, because of the time constraints, welcome to ASEAN Legislative Experts Symposium 2021. Greeting from Cambodia, the Royal University of Law and Economics. My topic is about how Cambodian legislation has been worked. So let me shortly start today's agenda. So I'm going to explain to you how Cambodian law has been made and has been published, and how the law comes into effect. And lastly, we are going to introduce you for Code of Cambodia. Ladies and gentlemen, before the start of my presentation, let me briefly tell you about Cambodian political background. So Cambodian got independent from France in 1953, and then we were under prosperous nation until 1970. After that, from 1970 to 1993, Cambodian was under a civil war. And from 1993, by the support from United Nations, Cambodia had the first election and then became the second kingdom of Cambodia until now. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, today I'm going to try to tell you how law in Cambodia has been made. So the law here, we refer to law in the narrow sense and then the law in the broad sense. Let me explain you how law in the narrow sense has been made. So the law in the narrow sense, it means that the law must be adopted by the National Assembly and must be approved by the Senate and promulgated by the head of the state. And then law in the broad sense includes, you can see here, any legal regulation. It means that law in the narrow sense and any government legal regulation, including ministerial regulation and other competent authority regulation. Ladies and gentlemen, how law in the narrow sense have been made. This is very important that the law have been made by legislative body and executive body. So the law has been made by legislative body. Cambodia have National Assembly and Senate. I am going to explain you a bit more about this. And the law in executive body, it means that the law are drafted by the ministry. Okay, so now let me explain you how law have been made through legislative body. So the law proposed by the National Assembly member, and it will be sent to Permanent Standing Committee, and Permanent Standing Committee of the National Assembly see and send to National Assembly Commission to discuss, and then go to National Assembly plenary session. Ladies and gentlemen, for the National Assembly plenary session, Cambodian people can watch because it live by national TV and national radio. And then the adoption of the law by the National Assembly must be sent to Senate, and the Senate approve and then sent to head of the state. And then the law can be proposed by senator. So the senator already proposed and sent to a Senate Permanent Standing Committee, and also Senate Permanent Standing Committee can send that law to what we can say Commission of Senate, and then after that the law sent to National Assembly Commission and for checking, and then later on to National Assembly plenary session and to Senate and head of the state. I try to make it short, everyone. You have to listen to me carefully, and then now I'm going to start how law drafted by the executive body. So ministry in their respective areas, so they draft the law, and then when the law already drafted and sent to council of jurists that already mentioned by Mr. Chi Yong Cho, and then when the council of jurists check the law, and then it will be sent to council of minister to approve. After the council of minister approval, and then the law sent to National Assembly Commission to check, and to National Assembly plenary session, and to Senate and head of the state. I hope I try to make it short for everyone now for the sake of our time. And then it's very interesting that everyone may want to know that how, who signed the law, who promulgated the law. So Cambodian, we have king is the first who signed the law. But you know, king can be absent from the country. So in the absence of the king, the president of Senate signed the law. It means promulgate the law. And in the absence of president of Senate and then president of the National Assembly, promulgate the law. And in the absence of the president of the National Assembly, and then first vice chairman of the Senate. So I try to continue first vice chairman of the National Assembly, number 6 is second vice chairman of the Senate, and lastly the second vice chairman of the National Assembly. I hope that all law must be promulgated, because there are, you know, you can see here there are seven levels. So surely they can be promulgated. Truly believe you understand the process of making Cambodian law. And now I tell you a quick moment that how many laws have been promulgated from 1993 until March 2021. Okay, so we had 606 laws totally. And then now let me tell you how the law in the broad sense. It means the law, any regulation, any legal regulation drafted by what we can say executive body. So you can see here the royal decree. In order to make the royal decrees, the relevant or the respective ministry or inter-ministry draft it, and then it must be sent to council or jurists to check, and then to council of minister to approve, and then prime minister already send it to the head of the state. Head of state, you can see at the moment that the king, and then the president of the Senate, and so on. And then this sub-decree or other regulation here. Let me explain you by this is the government regulation. So ministry or inter-ministry can discuss the law, can draft the sub-decree, and then it will be sent to council of jury to check it, and council of minister to approve, and prime minister signed it, and then it becomes legal regulation under several names. You can see here: sub-decree, proclamation, circular, order, instruction, and decision. But this one must be higher than the ministerial regulation. Ladies and gentlemen, from 2010 until 2021, executive sub-decree, we have totally, you can see here, around 3,000, sub-decree. Okay, so here, ministerial regulation. How to prepare ministerial regulation? Relevant department, our respective ministry drafted, and then it's sent to Department of Legislation of respective ministry. I think Mr. Chi Yong Chua already mentioned about that, Department of Legislation in each ministry, and then after that, Minister signed under several names. You can see here: proclamation, circular, order, instruction, decision, and notification. All of these sent to the Prime Minister, but must be under the Prime Minister. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, interestingly how the law are published. And you can see here the law promulgated and also other legal regulation already issued or signed, and then it must be published by Royal Gazette or Gazette, Imperial maybe Gazette. And then right now, it's interesting that Royal Gazette try to make it available by website. You can see here from 2019, but in Khmer for now, yeah. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, how Cambodian law comes into effect. Yeah. So general rule, for example, the law promulgated today, and then it will come into effect in Phnom Penh 10 days after promulgation day, and throughout the country 20 days after promulgation day. And for special rule, only the law, the last provision say this law shall be promulgated immediately, and then the law must come into effect immediately after the promulgation day. For example, if the law is promulgated today, and it will come to effect tomorrow. Ladies and gentlemen, before I end my presentation, let me tell you 4 codes of Cambodia. You know, we have civil code and code of civil procedure under the support of Japanese government. And then these 2 codes in force. You can see here civil code just in force on 21st December 2011, and then code of civil procedure July 27, 2007. And criminal code and code of criminal procedure were under the support of French government. And it was in force from 2009, and also criminal code of criminal procedure from 2007. Okay, I try to make short for everyone, so I hope that you briefly understand what we are discussing now. Thank you very much for your attention, and we are looking forward to your questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Hao. 네, 이렇게 실시간으로 바로 연결해서 발표.
And so he made a presentation about Cambodia's case. He has told us about the legislative process, as he even talked to us about 4 codes of Cambodia.
Let's go to Thailand. We'll be listening to the case of Thailand. We'll invite Legal Counsel Narun Popatachanai, Office of Counsel of State Thailand. So let's listen.
Topic that I would like to share with the symposium is in the topic of international cooperation in legislation, and it's a case of Thailand. So I hope that the experience in Thailand can be a point of interest for all of you, and I hope that we can learn from each other as well. So before I explain how Thailand have used the international cooperation in developing our legislative system, maybe first it's important to explain the governing system of Thailand. Thailand is the constitutional monarchy. We are a democratic system with the head of state as the monarch or the king, and also we have the head of government, which is the prime minister. The sovereign powers lies within the people of Thailand, but exercised through three branches of government. We have the executive branch headed by the Council of Ministers and the Prime Minister himself, and we have the legislative branch of government, which is the main legislative bodies consisting of the House of Representatives and also the Senate or the upper house. And also we have the last branch of the government, which is the judiciary. We have the Court of Justice system, and also we have special court system, for example, the administrative court. So this is the overview of the governance system of Thailand. And you can see that we use, we basically modeled our system from the UK, with the Westminster style of the governance system. And I think quite similar to the situation in South Korea and probably many other countries as well, in that over 95% of all legislations that are in effect in Thailand at the moment are passed in the last 20 years are government sponsored, meaning that the executive branch of the government propose most of the legislations that are in use today. I think, if I'm not mistaken, I visited Korea a couple of years ago before COVID, and we went to the parliament, and one of the guides who took us around the South Korean parliament, which is an amazing building, told us a similar fact, which is that vast majority of the legislations that are passed in Korea are government sponsored as well. So we have a similar system. So the legislative system within the executive branch is actually quite important in Thailand. So we will look into that in a little bit more detail before we move on to give the proper context for the international cooperation in the legislation in Thailand. So if you can see, there's a life cycle to the legislative drafting process in Thailand. As I said, 95% or more of the current legislations are passed this way, and only less than 5% proposed by the member of House of Representatives or the Senate. But within the executive branch of the government, any government agencies can draft a bill. So, for example, Ministry of Finance, Ministry of Environment, Ministry of Higher Education, these are part of the executive branch, and they have mandates to basically trying to manage the Thai economy and Thai society in that particular sector. And one of the way in which, one of the tools, to put it that way, that these government agencies use quite often is the law. So government agencies often draft the bill that basically trying to achieve the mission of that agency. And then before the bill can be proposed to the Council of Ministers for consideration, each of the sponsoring government agency will have to take the bill to the people for public hearing, so that stakeholders, whether it be ordinary people, businesses, can look at the proposals, can look at the draft legislation and comment on it. And then the government agency take all the comments from stakeholders, go back and maybe draft it again, improve the draft with the comments. And then the revised bill then get presented to the Council of Ministers for approval. This is the approval in terms of the concept of the draft. After the draft is approved in concept, then it's now my office turn, which is the Office of the Council of State. We are responsible for performing the legal check and constitutional check on these bills. We look, so in a way, we perform similar function, I think, to the Ministry of Government Legislation in South Korea. So we take a look at all of these bills that are proposed by government agency and approved by the Council of Ministers. We see whether there are any conflict with other law, conflict with the Constitution, and whether it run against any public policy, for example, and we improve the draft even more, right? After our office, the Office of the Council of State, approve and improve the draft, we send the draft back to the Council of Ministers, which would then be sent to the Parliament for debate and for hopefully vote of approval. So that's the general process, the whole process of the life cycle of the government-sponsored bills. And I just want to show you, I mean, the next slide, I just want to show you our new Central Public Hearing Portal. This is an online platform, which is called law.go.th. We took inspiration from many countries, also from the public citizen portal of South Korea as well. We learn a lot from the OECD countries, from France, from the UK, from Australia, in designing the Central Public Hearing Portal. And I'm not sure if you can zoom in to one of these screenshots that I took and I presented in the slide. If you look at the screen on the left-hand side first, that's our front page. And in the green circle, you will see one of the draft bill that are being heard and open for comments by stakeholders. And the example will be on the left-hand side, which is when you click on each of these card or each of these projects, you will see detail of how many days are left for comments, to take comments, how many people are actually have commented already. And the example that I'm showing at the moment, this is one of our success case. There are over 10,000 comments have been submitted to the portal, and the draft law is actually that the sponsoring agency, are very grateful for all the comments, and they took it very seriously. They take all these comments and they go back and then they improve the draft, right? So that's our new central public hearing portal, which is called law.go.th. And these whole better regulation principles have recently been implemented in Thailand to improve our legislative circle. As I mentioned earlier, during the process of legislative drafting, the draft has to be heard and took comment from the public, and there are a few other requirements as well. For example, there's a process of regulatory impact assessment, there's a process of necessity check, there's a process of some substantive check. So there's a lot of hurdles for government agency to cross before they can actually propose the law to the Council of Ministers. And then after the law was published or come into effect, there are also other requirements, very important requirements as well, chief among which is that the responsible government agency, which is the Council of State, my office, will have to make available all of these laws, rules, and simple explanations for people to understand the substance or the gist of these laws and rules, right? And also, we have to ensure that there are English translations for important laws and rules, right? And there are explain, and their guidelines and manuals explain how powers or discretion of the public government officials can be used, right? And then after the law enforced for a while, for a certain period of time, then there's also a requirement to perform the review of the success or effectiveness of the law, right? So usually that will happen every 4 years or 5 years, depending on the type of law that are being enforced, okay? So that's the whole process of the legislative drafting process in the executive branch of the Thai government, a very overview, right? And now I would like to talk about how the international cooperation help to improve or to develop the legislative system in Thailand even further. If you can see on this slide, the next slide, our office, the Office of the Council State, we are actually the central legislative drafting agency of the Thai government. So we take initiative, we take leadership in cultivating international cooperations among our international and regional stakeholders, very important offices in other countries, to learn from them and to take their experiences and the example, and then take the lessons of these lessons back and improve our system. As I already mentioned earlier, the law.go.th, which is our new central public hearing platform, that is also part of this learning process where we go to other countries, we go to the countries that have been successful before us, South Korea included, and we learn from the experience. There are actually 5 main areas where we have international cooperation with our partners around the world. First, I already talked about better regulation topic. We have great partnership also in the area of administrative law. We also have a great partnership in terms of comparative law. We have networks of legal tech startups and legal tech organizations, and also we have developed this network of international regulatory cooperation as well. So there are 5 main areas of international cooperation in Thailand, and I would like to emphasize or to give some of the notable examples of this international cooperation or the experience of international cooperation, right? Next slide is the example of the relationship or the partnership that we have with the OECD in the area of better regulation. Since 2018, mid-2018 up until 2020, the Thai government signed a country program partnership with the OECD and the Office of the Council State. We take one of the missions under that country program, which is to improve the regulation, the quality of the regulation and the quality of legislation in Thailand. And together with the OECD counterparts, we perform an assessment of Thailand's legislative and regulatory system, and we produce this book as I show you in the slide, regulatory management and oversight reforms, a diagnostic scan, which is basically we took an overview and an overview assessment of the quality and of the performance of the Thai legislative and regulatory management system, and we come up with a way to improve this system even further. And the result of this finding mean that the OECD actually recognized Thailand as having adequate quality of the legislative and regulatory management system, such that we are at the moment in the process of becoming participant, which is a type of partnership status to the OECD Regulatory Policy Committee. This is pending at the moment. It's in the process, but hopefully we get there. This is by no means a statement which to say that we are comparable, or we are, we have the best quality of legislative system, but in fact it's actually a way to show our commitment in trying to improve the legislative system even further. And another highlight that I would like to share with all of you is actually the experience partnership with our South Korean counterparts, which we have quite a few organizations that the Office of the Council of State have been partnering with over the years, and we have been actually very grateful to all of these organizations. We have an MOU with KIPA, with Korea Institute of Public Administration. We have sent many of our staff to learn from experts at KIPA. Over a couple of years now, COVID made it very difficult to continue the relationship, but we are very adamant to keep this relationship going forward after COVID. And even during COVID, KIPA and the Office of the Council of State, we sent the staff to join in a joint research project called COVID-19 Response Systems and International Cooperation. I'm actually very grateful to be a part of that research team, and we came up with a very timely research and a timely book, which was published in May this year on how Korea and Thailand and a few other Asian countries dealt with COVID-19 pandemic in 2020. And of course, we are very grateful to have this relationship and partnership with Ministry of Government Legislation, who have been very, and also the Korean Legislative Research Institute. Both of your organizations have been very kind to us at the Council of State of Thailand. We have been a participant to ALES for so many years, and we are very much hope to be a part of this in the future edition of this great symposium. And just to, as the time is running out, I just like to basically give you example of what other international partnerships that we have with the Office of the Council of State. As I said, we have partnership from around the world. We are an active participant to UNCITRAL, United Nations Commission on International Trade Law. We are also a very active participant in ASEAN Law Association, or ALA, A-L-A. We are the agency representative of Thailand with the World Legal Information Institute and many other universities and graduate schools in Asia and in Europe as well. So these are the experiences of Thailand, especially through the work of the Office of the Council of State in partnering and in developing international cooperations in legislation with many partners around the world, notably South Korea as well. So I would like to thank you again, the co-hosts, for inviting, and I hope that my presentation would be helpful to the discussion of this symposium, and I'm looking forward to taking questions and discuss with my fellow participants and also the attendants of the symposium. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Legal Counsel Narun Chai has given us the current status of Thailand, and also the needs and current status of Thailand were well explained. Now we'd like to begin our discussion. The 9th Asian Legislative Expert Symposium started from 2 p.m. Korean time. We just completed the first session and we are in the middle of the second session. We are a little bit behind the schedule, but still a lot of people are joining us virtually. So I'd like to express our sincere gratitude to all of you. If you have any views, any feedback, please let us know. And also make sure to write down your feedback at the satisfactory survey. We have given you the QR code. You can get access using this QR code, or you can just get access to the YouTube. Write down your opinions and feedback. We'll be doing the lottery, and we will be giving out coffee coupons. The discussions for the second session, the theme is legislative cooperation among Asian countries and measures to develop their cooperation. Korea and ASEAN countries, what are the current status of the legislations and what are the cooperation measures for the development. We've been discussing about that. So let's begin the discussion. Let me introduce the moderator. We are joined by the discussant as well as the moderator. Two presenters from overseas are joined virtually, and also we are having two discussants on site. So let me hand over the microphone. Professor Lee Gu-gun of Handong University.
Professor, please. Good afternoon. My name is Gu-gun Lee of Handong University. It's a pleasure and an honor to be able to serve as the chair of session number 2 of today's symposium. In the interest of time, and because we do have foreign participants, I will now from on speak in English. And if you need interpretation, please use interpretation receivers.
Ms. Gu-gun Lee, I'm very glad to be a moderator of this important session, and I'd like to speak in English rather than my own mother tongue for the efficient and effective communication. Actually, we are almost 20 minutes behind the schedule, so we have to be very much hurrying up. We already have listened to the 3 very distinguished and valuable presentation from Choi Ji-yeon and Professor Parathi Hap and Dr. Narwan Popatana Chai from Thailand. And we have 2 more discussants today. One is from Korea and the other one from Uzbekistan via Japan. So let me introduce 2 discussants first. Professor Shin Jae-hyuk, who is teaching in Korea University and is in charge of the Center for Korea Asia Development and Cooperation. And please, Professor Shin, you have only 10 minutes. Please go ahead.
안녕하세요. 신재혁.
Good afternoon, good evening. My name is Jae-hyuk Shin, and since I know there are interpretation services, I will speak in Korean. I very much enjoyed all 3 presentations, and I do have so many questions for all the presenters. So I will ask questions and make a few comments. First, for Jian Che, you've done a lot of research about the legislative administration here in Korea as well as Asian countries. You gave us a lot of information, interesting information. You talked about the definitions as well as the importance of legislative administration, and you also looked at legislative administration in 6 Asian countries such as Thailand, Vietnam, Cambodia, Mongolia, Uzbekistan, and Indonesia. And you have also talked about South Korea's cooperation with these 6 countries. You have also covered in your presentation about the need for legislative, administrative cooperation in these 6 countries. You've also talked about the future and how to go about how to go about cooperating with these countries going forward. So my question is this for Ms. Chim. There are so many countries in Asia. Why did you choose these 6 countries? So, I'm quite curious about that reason. In Southeast Asia, Thailand, Vietnam, Cambodia, and Indonesia were chosen. Well, I think the country that with the most advanced legislative administration in Southeast Asia would be Malaysia and Singapore, maybe. Why did you not include these 2 countries and only cover other countries? And then in Central Asia and Northeast Asia, you've chosen Uzbekistan and Mongolia. So any special reason, or why you've chosen these 6 countries? So I'd like to hear your reasoning for choosing these 6 countries. And so there are cooperation going on with these 6 countries. The Ministry of Government Legislation is cooperating with these countries. There's also KSP projects with these countries, and COICA is of course working with these countries as well. But there was no conclusion to your talk about this. It seems as though there are a lot of projects going on with Vietnam, and it seems that there are a lot of projects going on with Cambodia. But relatively speaking, with Thailand and Uzbekistan, it seems that there are not that many projects. So I just wonder, why is difference? Why the difference in number of cooperation? You have a lot of cooperation with some countries, but not many cooperation in some countries. And so why is that? And these 6 countries, they have different needs and requests. And they seem to have a common request, and that is related to e-database. Korea does have a relatively good legislative system. There is a system within Korean National Assembly, as well as a legal information system within the executive branch, which is the Ministry of Government Legislation. And to collect and compile this wide range of information and putting them into a database and make it possible to search easily, well, that takes a lot of money. And so for countries with limited funding, how would those countries get the necessary funding to build that sort of systems? And about the future cooperation, you made some suggestions. You said that rather than covering diverse fields, you say it would be better to start with one and specific field. So can you tell us, what you think should be, what you mean by that specific field? And then you talked about the Legislative Administration Alliance of Asia. And it seems that you're thinking that maybe Korea could be the chair country of this alliance. Is Japan going to be part of this? So if Japan is going to be part of this alliance, can Korea continue to be a leader, with Japan as part of the alliance? So what countries do you think in Asia will be participating in this alliance? What countries would you like to see take part in this alliance? And and there were presentations from Cambodia as well as from Thailand. political institutions in Southeast Asian politics are my majors. So these are two countries that I am very interested in. So I was very, very interested as I was listening to the presentation. And Cambodia and Thailand, they have a parliamentary political system. It's a British system. They don't have a president, but their way of making law is different. That is, Thailand and Cambodia have different way of making laws. In Cambodia, there's the National Assembly, Senate, and government that can propose bills. However, in Thailand, it seems that almost all the bills are proposed by the government, that is the executive branch. So which is more closer to pure parliamentary system of Great Britain? I think that's Thailand. In pure parliamentary system, it's the government that proposes bills. So Thailand is more close to the so-called classic parliamentary system. And in a presidential system, it's the Congress or the the National Assembly or the Senate that can propose bills. So I think Cambodia has that bit of flavor. So there's that difference between Cambodia and Thailand. So I was wondering why the difference. When Cambodia was designing its constitution, who did Cambodia refer to? To have the legislature be able to propose bills. And about the role of prime minister in lawmaking, he doesn't really sign off on the bills, does he? But the prime minister represents the largest political party in the legislature. But it seems that in the lawmaking process, there doesn't seem to be a clear role of prime minister. So I just wonder what the role of prime minister is in lawmaking. And in Cambodia, it seems that there are not that many laws that have been created and passed. And from September of 1993 till March of 2021, about 606 laws have been passed, which means on an annual basis, about only 22 laws are passed. Well, in case of Korea, that is in the last session of the National Assembly, that is between 2016 and 2020, over 3,100 bills have been passed. That is about 800 bills per year. So why? I mean, there are a lot of sub-decrees in Cambodia, but sub-decrees are, like an addition, maybe. So is it the case that sub-decrees play the roles that are supposed to be played by laws, and that is why you don't have that many number of laws passed in Cambodia? So that's my question. And so I also wonder what sort of cooperation Cambodia needs. And about Thailand. So Thailand has a British-style parliamentary system, so most of the bills are created and proposed by the government. And what was quite interesting was that there's something called the Central Public Hearing Portal, that is law.go.th. I've been wondering, how this works, but I was able to gain a lot of information about this while listening to the presentation. I wonder if we have something similar here in Korea. If not, it would be quite nice to have this. And then about international cooperation, I understand that Thailand is involved in a lot of legislative, administrative, international cooperation, and I wonder, how, what role South Korea plays in Thailand's international cooperation in legislative administration, and about the international partnerships. which I wonder is more helpful than others. Maybe regulation. Listening to the presentation, I thought maybe regulation is one area that Thailand requires a lot of international partnership. And in what other areas would you like to see more cooperation? Thank you very much.
And next presenter is Professor Ismatov. Please go ahead.
Thank you very much.
You have only 10 minutes, sir.
Right, good. So thank you very much. I think all presenters did an incredible job. I will be speaking in English. First of all, I have to mention that although all three presentations share common elements, as all touch upon lawmaking specifics, they actually differ greatly in scope and in scale. And this is the reason why I will have to split my report into three separate discussion pieces for each presenter. So first, for Palthi Hub, my understanding is that Cambodia is Asian jurisdiction that offers a unique legislative system. So first of all, it's a kingdom in which the king rules according to the constitution, and most importantly, the principle of multi-party democracy. This is something quite often mentioned by Cambodian policymakers. However, there are several significant concerns with regard to the principle of representative democracy itself. While the list of potential initiators of law includes the National Assembly, Senate, and ministries, doesn't the law omit an important legislative initiative of a number of citizens or civil society groups, for example? So simply speaking, does the lawmaking system in Cambodia presuppose or consider the right of citizens' initiatives to be included in the scope of lawmaking in Cambodia? So because the National Congress in Cambodia is a form of direct democracy, I think that the absence of such a right can be considered inconsistent with the parliamentary system and liberal multi-party democracy. Also, the presentation offers a visual structure regarding what falls within the narrow and broad senses. I have several questions here. Do you have a sort of clear separation into what is primary legislation and what is secondary legislation? That's the first. And second, as long as I didn't have any information about it in your slides, what is the place of constitution within the hierarchy of laws in Cambodia? Is it on the same level with laws, or it has a supreme priority above laws? So these are my basically comments and questions for you. Now, for Narun Pupatanachai, I think the author offers very informative slides and tries to discuss the specifics of international legal cooperation by initially exposing the reader to the local specifics of Thailand's constitutional framework of power and legislative process, or what the author quite interestingly calls life cycle. I pretty much like this term. But actually, whereas the title, I think there is one gap between the context and the slides of the presentation. The title is about Thailand's international cooperation in the field of law, but most of the slides, actually 5 out of 9, speak about domestic specifics of legislative process, and only 4 or 3 slides speak about general points of legal cooperation framework. So I think this should be considered. The next quite interesting point, the author says that over 95% of all legislation passed in the last 20 years are government sponsored. So these issues actually highlight structural problems within the public law domain in Thailand regarding very unbalanced share of authority between public and private. So how do you think, what are the roots of this phenomenon? In my understanding that many Thai's constitutions' failure in designing effective lawmaking frameworks may result from not having established self-constrained and well-regulated principle of separation of power. So in other words, the 3 main traditional branches of power that we know in Thailand are additionally affected by such actors as monarchy and military. So the author actually mentions about the constitutional monarchy within the formal governance structure. However, the military and its influences are absent within the presidential context. I think this needs to be taken a little bit attention. So the author also highlights a very strong authority of the Council of Ministers. So the question is, does it allow to assert that the executive branch in Thailand has extensive competency in lawmaking process? And finally, about the international legal cooperation domain, that appears to share many similarities with other Asian countries because it's basically about administrative law, about comparative law, about regulatory cooperation. I would like to listen more about how different donor states like Republic of Korea, Japan, Singapore, and France, or for example, international non-state actors, base their legal cooperation projects. So in other words, whether they implement similar or completely different philosophies and levels of gravities in their projects. And most importantly, to what extent Thailand's legal and political structure is receptive to such international legal aid. So final to John Choi, very extensive, very informative, and very interesting presentation actually. The author has summarized and offered an overview of public institutions in charge of legislative administration in 6 Asian countries. It's really interesting. First of all, the author summarizes and demonstrates that public agencies, usually ministries, in charge of legislative administration in 6 states fall under the umbrella of strong executive power. Then the author offers a comprehensive overview of cooperation between Republic of Korea, which is a donor state, and 6 Asian countries, which are recipient states. That was actually pretty interesting. I found out that Korean projects are visibly larger in number and in quantity as compared, for example, to Japanese JICA. So now, this topic is extremely interesting and significant because Asia is recently being dominated by new actors like Japan and Korea. And these countries are replacing traditional actors of law and development like Western states. So why this topic is interesting and significant? I think that, do you think that Asian donor states, Japan and Korea, they are taking different approaches in Asia with less or no conditionality clauses? For example, most of the Western projects do not work well in Asia because there are too many conditionality clauses. You have to fulfill democratic human rights conditions and only then it works. Do you think these 2 Asian donor states, Japan and Korea, are more flexible about these conditions? So I think that Japan and Republic of Korea, they intend to demonstrate a shift from traditional Western settings by offering their own ideas and approach towards legal development in Asia. So simply speaking, Korea is not going to the donor state and not telling, so we have decided to create a solution for your problem. We have created it, so take it, implement it, and you will be happy. Or Korea is not trying to impose its advanced laws to the donor states, right? But what is happening, Korea, based on your presentation, I understood that Korea is trying to enable itself and recipient states to learn from each other, learn each other's specifics, including law, and finally create legal solution collaboratively together. If I understand, that's the main idea of your presentation. So how do you think, what is challenging regarding the geographical scope of cooperation? So there are 6 recipient countries in your presentation. 2 countries, Mongolia and Uzbekistan, they're located in Eurasia, with Mongolia also being considered an East Asian state. Thailand, Vietnam, Cambodia, and Indonesia, they're in Southeast Asia. So all except for Thailand were colonized in the past. For example, Mongolia, Uzbekistan, and Vietnam had long implemented a socialist legal system which was based on Marxist-Leninist principle. Vietnam is actually still socialist countries. How do you think, what kind of challenges there might be for Republic of Korea while dealing with these completely diverse jurisdictions? Also, how do you think, are there any avenues, are there any perspectives for the Korea that its philosophy of cooperation in Asia will change in the near future? I will stop here. Thank you very much for your attention.
Oh, thank you very much. From these 2 great discussants, we've got such a very important issues and questions. But I am very afraid that I cannot give each presenters no longer than 3 minutes. Please forgive me. The organizers gave me a very strict guideline to finish the whole event until 6:30 p.m. in Korean time. So we have only 10 or some more minutes. Professor Hop, could you please start of spending your 3 minutes?
Okay, thank you. Yeah, thank you very much for the question and discussions. And the question to me simply you concerned about a lot of sub-decrees, and sub-decrees are law or not. We have hierarchy of law. So constitution is the top law. Constitution and then law. The law under constitution, it means law in the narrow sense. Law must be adopted by the National Assembly, approved by the Senate, and then promulgated by head of the state. Okay, so law and then sub-decree later, and then ministerial regulation later, the lower one. Okay, so again, please, ministry, government, and then law. Okay. For Aziz, you see that there's a lot of law. We have law proposed by legislative body, and you concerned that whether the law serves the public interest or not. Yeah, you are right. Your concern is right. We theoretically law can be proposed by legislative body, but in fact very few law. So most law, the same as Thailand, drafted by government. It means ministry. And I think that's all cover the question here for a very short time. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Dr. Popatanachai, you have many questions, and it includes the kind of comparison of the political system of Cambodia and your country. Please go ahead. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you for your time. I think most of the commenters made a correct observation that we have based our system, the legislative system of the Westminster, of the British system, and that is due to the past development over the 150 years. We have learned a lot from the British. And so that's why. But interestingly, our legal system is based or modeled upon the Germanic and Japanese legal system. So, if you talk about the law, we are more of a civil law tradition. But if you talk about our political system, it's more Westminster British parliamentary system. I think another question would be that why there are so many government-sponsored laws rather than parliamentary initiative law, and there's two main reasons for that. One is practicality. So usually, government would for practical reason, especially financial reason. When you enact a law, it takes resources from the government to implement the measures of the law. So it sometimes can be difficult for the parliament to understand the internal working of the government, and that's why usually the government proposes the law, but that doesn't mean that there will be no inputs or amendments from the parliamentarians. Usually MPs and senators, they make changes to the government-sponsored law, and sometimes the result of the bill, which has become the effective law, is, the input is 50-50, government 50 and the parliamentary 50. It's just that the initiative usually comes from the government. And in terms of international cooperation, I think we have started really really well with our South Korean counterpart for the past 5 years. We have a lot of events and initiatives, as I reported already in my presentation. I think we should continue to work further. We are very much interested in legal technology and legal database management, and I know that South Korea is one of the leading players or leading example in the region. So I mean, we would love to learn from all of the latest technology that our South Korean counterpart can provide. Lastly, I mean, I really very much in support of the idea of legislative alliance of Asia. I think South Korea would be very well placed to help push this further, and I look forward to join the next participation on that. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And for Dr. Choi, you have a very tough questions, and the toughest two, in my view, are why this 6 countries? Why not the other countries? And the other one is actually, Professor Ismatov seems to ask you to compare Japan and South Korea as a donor state in his term. Why don't you focus these 2 toughest questions, please?
Thank you so much for the critical and productive comments from our discussants. Gosh, I don't like being in the last piece that's between the event and the dinner, but here I am, so I'll make myself very clear and short. So actually the question that I was focusing on in preparing for my answers for Professor Shin was whether what the Korea's role would be in the alliance. But at the same time, why those 6 countries is another big question that I actually was trying to avoid, but it was because we picked those 6 countries based on the past cooperation history and the relations between those countries. So, for example, we have picked Vietnam and Cambodia and Indonesia first, as those are the closest and the most cooperation records are showing. And then we have also included Thailand and Mongolia and Uzbekistan as our to be continued and to increase more relationship with those countries as well. So we would like to include and expand to other countries as well. It's not in any way restricting our relationship to only to those 6 countries. And that kind of interwoven with Professor Ismatov's comments about the reciprocity that you mentioned. The legal collaboration between Korea and other countries are when you're comparing it with the Western Hemisphere's donor states and the Asian donor states, it's kind of like, yeah, exactly as you mentioned, that there's no conditions, there's no strings attached to it. We would like to have it in a mutual ground, in a reciprocity level, that when you're seeing the Western Hemisphere donor states collaboration as more of a barter, like if you increase your human rights level, then we're going to give you this. But we are not trying to implement our own system to them, but we're trying to understand them, and then them understand us, so that we could mutually increase and grow more towards the better future. And that's my goal and my ambition that needs to be unfold through the alliance that I'm suggesting. And the alliance would be the forum and the platform, more of like a playground for all of those countries, that they come in and then play together and then they grow better. So Korea is not going to be the leader or the anchor. It's more of a facilitator of the platform. And that's my suggestion. Thank you.
Thank you. And in fact, today's topic is legislative administration, but the discussion seems not so much focused on that. So as a main presenter, Dr. Choi, could you please add some more comments on the main theme of the day? legislative.
So legislative administration in Asian countries, after reviewing all of those current status of those, what I have felt is that a lot of them are conducted in the arms of other agencies in the governments. Not like, because I am Korean and I'm looking through the lens from the Korean, that we have MOLEG here. The MOLEG is a distinctive independent agency that's really entitled to all about the legislative administration, from preparing for the bills, passing, and then after that, maintaining and getting the bills and the laws accessible to the public general. And that thing, that grand ambition was kind of intertwined and then scattered in other legislative bodies, other government bodies in other countries. So that's why I was suggesting that maybe like Indonesia, maybe having a unitary organization is a key way to better shape their legislative administration in one agency, and to make the relationship in any other Asian countries be more of a productive and effective way. Thank you.
Thank you. Before we close, let me add just one point. As a constitutional law scholar, I think the legislation process is like a kind of cooking process of cooking. And just before the final outcome comes out, there are kind of, famous political power holders, famous politicians and political parties, right? And it's like, there are kind of star chefs in fine restaurants in cooking process. So people always pay attention on the star chefs, the politicians. In the United States, many acts are called after the politician's name: Sherman Act, Fulbright Act, Nunn Act, something like that. But we must not forget that there are many invisible steps behind the star chefs. Without their assistance, the star chef cannot make the outcome. That's the true in the legislative process. Yes, politics, democratic politics, makes the law, but there are invisible, hidden helpers, assistants, and servants who make the draft of the law. I think that's the reason why we have to focus on the importance of legislative administration, not only the system, but also the personnel, the people working in there. Because of the time is up, we have to close our discussion. Why don't we congratulate each other by big hands?
네, 큰 박수를 부탁드립니다.
A round of applause for everyone. Thank you, Professor, for those wonderful words. And I would like to thank the moderator, and I would like to thank the presenters and discussants, and those that have joined us online, offline. Thank you so much. Now we would like to conclude the 9th Asian Legislative Experts Symposium. We have heard different legislative, administrative information from many different countries, and I feel that we do need more cooperation for legislative administration cooperation. And I would like to ask, please fill out your survey. So you could use the QR code that we provided, or the link available on the YouTube, to go to a site for you to fill out your surveys. Once again, thank you so much for joining us, and we would like to ask for your continued interest and support. We'll come back next year with even better program. Thank you very much.